Okay, you can hear 100% infield. Huge thing here. This is also on island. I mean, can you even see it 3D printed? Oh no, even play around. It's very nice. So we are in the lab. 40mm tube. Whoa. Be mine. All our different materials. How do you guys like this? I think we are live. Oh, I forgot to remove. How is everyone? I'm so in a rush. I didn't finish to set up everything. So let me continue here. I started the intro and I haven't finished. So how is everyone? Oh, maybe I need to remove. Give me a second. Yeah, that's better. Too much sun. Here when I want to do some highlight, and here when I talk normally. Okay, highlight. Not as fancy as Loyal, but okay. And then seriously talking, and then Anyway, so let me just finish. What is behind? Oh, interesting. Half print head and make a coin. Okay, so let me just finish this. So I need to put this here. And then sorry, I haven't read the chat yet, and so I just need to prepare, and then I need to put this here. So I can get notified. There you go. Let me put that here. I started the stream. I was still okay. Is that better? Okay, it's better now, right? Okay, cool. Okay, this is done. And then I need to do the announcement on Discord and on Twitter. So let me get the YouTube link. I'm coming. Okay, there you go. YouTube link. And then let me go there. Announcement. Oh, last time was Printbusters already. Oh yeah, because we skipped Wednesday because I had a very long meeting. Can you imagine? I presented. So it was about e-commerce strategy, right? E-commerce strategy, marketing, etc. Mainly e-commerce strategy, like from a business perspective, not much from a marketing perspective. I presented for 3 hours, but 3 hours like showing some data, blah blah blah. It was pretty nice, and it was a 6-hour meeting with different teams, and so it was very long. But it was nice. I mean, I like this type of. I like business strategy, marketing strategy, this type of thing. Hi, awesome people. We are live on Twitch and YouTube for another episode of Printbusters. Today, we will, we will talk about community. Yes, this is what we're going to talk about today. Today, we're going to talk about community. And then, let me put this here. Okay, so you should have received this Discord notification, and I'm going to tweet the same. Hi, awesome people. And then I need to do the emojis again. We are live on Twitch and YouTube for another episode of Printbuster. Today we will talk about community, and maybe I will tag 3D Musketeer as well, because we will actually talk about his video that was shared on our Discord. Where is his video? 3D Musketeer. Okay, we need to talk. Okay, so let me tag him and his video. Let's check the video from. Is he 3D Musketeer on Twitter as well? 3D Musketeer. Oh, let me check. 3D Musketeers. 3D Musketeers. Oh no. Maybe he's Grant. Maybe Grant. That's his name, right? No. Oh. Okay. Maybe he doesn't have Twitter. Let's check the video from 3D Musketeer. Musketeers. Okay, there you go. Sorry, I'm not reading the chat. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, tweet. So I think that's it. What else do I need to? Oh, the giveaway, and then we're good. Okay, let me put the giveaway. I'm coming. Giveaway. This one. Awesome. And then I need to prepare the screen sharing as well. And the banner. Okay, there. Now we're good. Now we should be all good, right? Great. So, okay, let me read the chat now. Let me try to go from the very beginning so I don't miss anything. 3D Musketeers. I don't know if he's still there because he wrote a message at 10 o'clock, but I started at 10:10, I think. But 3D Musketeer, if you're still here, we're actually going to watch your recent video. I guess your most recent video. Here in Printbusters, we like this type of subject. It's actually the first time we're going to not talk about something like a science, polymer science or 3D printing science, but more of a social science. So I do think it's along the same line of being a Printbuster topic. Let me know if you feel that it's not really in the ideas of Printbusters. If you would like to have this separately and you really want to focus on physical science on Printbusters, but if you like, then let me know. Dave Robertson, thank you for joining. Jack, Nonfam, NSCHO, Chewy, some name that I recognize. Bindesmark, the famous Let's Go. Kenneth Tseng from YouTube. 3D Musketeer from YouTube. I don't know. 3D Musketeer is here on Twitch as well. I'm not too sure. Maybe let me check. Oh, 3D Musketeer is still there. So I have the live chat on the left, and I'm trying to catch up on the right. Actually, I forgot. I need to send the link to Zombie as well. Let me quickly send him to. Let me check. Let me send the link to Zombie. He sent me a message before. I forgot. Okay, there you go. Okay, I should be all caught up. I'm so sorry. It was a busy morning. You know, busy for what? For Shopify Canada. I had to connect the PayPal with the finance team. I have to do the SKU mapping because it's not exactly the same as the US. I had to verify the support email to set up the support stuff on the Shopify Canada. But anyway, so yeah, that's why I was a little bit busy this morning. Printed Vision, welcoming Nordic Call. Zombie, I just sent you the link. Dustin O'Call, I need to talk to you, Dustin O'Call. Some people are already starting the Toys for Tots. And we do, I think, start to stock up some B stock. So I'm wondering whether you are still willing to receive all of that stock, and then for the Toys for Tots. So we may need to talk about that. Dusty Knuckle, Incendium, thank you for joining. What is this new haircut I heard Zombie talking about? I think it's fresher, right? It's much better. Before, like, it was like almost 4 months I didn't cut my hair. So I took the how do you call that? The something like this, and I just cut everything. I think I like it much better. That's my usual haircut. That's my usual haircut. It's not a new one. Because remember that I was in military school, right, for 12 years. And military school, you only have one barbershop, and you go there, and you don't have to ask anything. It's just you sit down, and then you go. So that was my haircut. Are you filming Mad Max? Okay. There you go. Put all the comment about my haircut, and then we'll go to the next one. But no, just joking. But that's the regular one. And Oh, sorry, Westery. Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I was in the middle of the setup, and now I'm trying to catch up, and I just saw 8 minutes ago. So welcome in, Westery. I hope your stream went well, and I believe you continued some of your bow project and the Captain America shield project. And I did answer you on Discord about the new spool, so I will have an answer today, like I said. Okay, so let me just skip Digital Dragon, Pete Savas, DC Sublime. Thank you for joining. Blah blah blah. Nightbot. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Rob Eng, Ashornak. I did send you a Discord message in case you haven't seen it. Pezlis, thank you for joining. Daddy Wazi. Yes, I joined the Marines. Who else do we have? Electric Ship. Yes, I like that haircut. Very, very fresh. Blah, blah. Okay, so I'm very sorry if I missed some of the chat. I'm scrolling down to the live chat, so that we can get straight into the topic. And I see, I'm not sure if Zombie is still here, but I sent him the link, so we may have Zombie joining somewhere around the stream. Okay, cool. So I'm now in the live chat. Perfect. Westery, no worries. I was chatting about the cosplay bee and the making the bow functional, build some Legos. Yes. And by the way, guys, if you are interested in a 3D printed, a functional 3D printing bow, then I highly suggest you check out Westery channel. So she's working on that project. She's trying to make a workable 3D print. I mean, we all know that 3D printing is not the best to make a bow, right? But that's not the point. The point is all the logic, or how, if you would have to 3D print a bow, a functional one, what are the different challenges that you would face and how to solve them? So that's the goal of that project. I don't know if it can, if I can put shout out Westery one. Yeah, okay, there you go. So if you're interested in that project, check out Westery's channel. Blah blah. Traxman, thank you for being awesome. Zombie, join soon. Okay, no problem. Whenever you're free. What topic? Phoenix Call. We're going to talk about community, and I'm not exactly sure what part, but I like the title from a video I've seen in our Discord in Awesome Content. It's I think the title of the video was like we have a problem, or we need to talk about something, or let me check. Awesome Content. We have a problem. We need to talk. So that was the title of the video, and it's from 3D Musketeer, which I really love the content, and I really like, how his view on 3D printing. So when there is a video like this from such a content creator, then it definitely attracts my eye. So I wanted to check this out. Helping my wife, Monsieur, for glasses. Okay. Do you want to invite Grant joining the live? Yeah, of course. If 3D Musketeer wants to join, then of course. I don't know if I has his Discord, but yeah, if you want to join, I will just drop him the link, and then we'll talk about his video. So maybe after his video, otherwise it's going to be strange that he's going to repeat himself. I don't know if that's, but yeah, we can. I don't know if he's still here. Let me check. I will join after you guys watch the video. Otherwise, it's me talking and me talking. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 3D Musketeer. So yeah, definitely. I do tend to do the stream a little bit long. So if you're still there after the video, then yeah, of course. Nick, do you have some data on the lifespan of the UV reactive pigment? Not yet, FDAF patch. Not yet. If 3D Musketeer is okay, of course. Yeah, I sent you a Discord message last week. Still interested, and we'll try to call you after the stream. Yeah, perfect. After the stream, I may not be available, but we need to get on the call. Yeah, that's Sinocle. Then we can. Not a boat, a bow, a bow, a bow, bow. So without the T, bow, a boat, and bow, boat and bow. So Westery is doing a bow. Yes, going to be taking pictures and outlining the process as we go in Discord. Yeah, perfect. A man of half full of awesomeness. I felt Grant. No, he can join. Yeah, of course. I have a question. Is Ponymaker USA company? No, Maker. Is that Korean? I think it's Korean. And Maker Scientist? No, we are not a USA company. I mean, we have a USA entity, but if you're talking about where the product is manufactured here in Shanghai, China, without consent. Yeah, we'll bring Fury Musketeer here without consent. Like we'll hack his camera, and then I saw that video. It was good. Yeah, I'm really looking forward. I purposely didn't watch it because I wanted to watch it here. The same as when we watched the Jonathan video from the next layer. I didn't watch the video before, and it was an amazing video. So I'm really looking forward to watch this one. Yes, please wait. He talks too much. Send your Discord blast. You're interested? Yeah, Dustin O'Call. I've seen that message. Bow and arrow. Yeah, exactly. Okay, great. So let me open this video. Okay, and let me put the video here. If the music is too loud, let me know. Because the point is to focus on what Grant is. That Grant is Grant, right? G R A N T, right? So that I don't call it. Yeah, Grant. Okay. Thank you. Great. Where is headquarters? Excuse me. Yeah, the headquarters is in Shanghai. Is in Changshu, so near Shanghai, basically. So that's where the headquarters. And then we have a European entity and a US entity. Grant like the president. Grant like the president. Which president? The French president or Joe Biden? Grant Joe Biden? I don't know, maybe my culture is not big enough. Okay. So can you hear him talking? Not, I need to do the trick where I need to change. Oh no, please don't tell me I'm gonna have Wi-Fi issue today. No, you can't hear yourself. Okay. I know what to do. I guess that reference is only good for Americans. There was a president grant. Oh, there was. Okay. Okay, so I know what to do. I need to share it in this way, I think. I need to share a crop tab, which means, yeah, I need to write to StreamYard. Oh, I think Liz, you have good connection with StreamYard, yeah? Thanks to Mechadeck. I think you guys have some partnership. You should tell them that we should be able to share sound when we share a window or when we share a screen. Otherwise, I have to share a tab, which is not very convenient. Yeah, you see, and now, okay, there you go. Okay, so now you should be able to see only the tab.
Industry.
And now you can hear.
And it's not getting any better.
Right? You can hear. It's not getting any better. You can hear, right? He was all general that became president. Okay. Oh, like in French, right? Like Charles de Gaulle, right? All general and then became president, right? Are you president? Me? Am I the president of Polymaker? I wish. No, I'm not. I'm the I'm a business guy. Well, slash marketing. People here know more about my marketing side, but I'm a business guy at Polymaker, not the president. I don't know if the president would have time to stream that many hours a week. But I will try. I will try to get our president on stream one day. There's a lot to learn from. He's a polymer scientist, so Printbuster would be the perfect stream to have him. I have a huge wish list for the developers. Okay. Then most likely it's already on the wish list, Paisley. Okay, we can hear. Perfect. Online president. Yeah. If I really online president, that would be good. Oh, perfect. Just before we start the video, we have Zombie.
Hello,
Can you hear me
hello.
well?
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yes, I can
Okay,
hear you.
perfect.
So they should be able. My chat is way too big. How can I? Let me extend this a little bit and extend this so I can make Zombie a little bit bigger. Okay, there you go. How's everything, Zombie?
Oh, going great. Oh, I should bring up the table. We're going to do that after this video. I'll bring my printed table to show you guys.
A printed table?
You
Oh,
saw
oh,
that, right?
the
Yeah,
one
yeah,
with
yeah,
the
the big table.
colors, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Cool, cool, cool.
yeah. So we both got haircuts.
Oh, you did? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to notice mine, but I thought that was funny.
Haircut day for Zombie 2. Yeah, yeah, I can see that. Look at those spools. Yeah, why are you collectioning empty spool or what?
I was actually saving how many spools I used for that table project, because I used up so many like almost empty spools that I thought I'd save them. It was a lot more than I expected. So.
Oh, okay. So you made that project to get rid of the end of the spools and
yeah, there's too many.
Smart.
They were just like almost empty.
Smart. Okay, so yeah, you know already what we're gonna do today, and we're. Oh, is that great? Yeah, that's great. I can recognize the haircut. The hairstyle. Sorry, the hairstyle. So we have Grant 3 times on video, in the chat, and in
3 too many.
Mini Grant. Okay, great. So let's start the video. Make a scientist. Excuse me. Okay, excuse me meaning it's followed by a question, or what did you do? What did you do, make a scientist? Okay, let's start.
I love 3D printing as much as anybody else, but we've got a major problem in this industry,
Ooh.
and it's not getting any better. Let's talk about it.
Let's go. So we all love 3D printing. Agreed. We have a problem. Let's see. What problem do we have?
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. And if you're new here and you want to have more honest conversations about this industry, make sure to leave a like and get subscribed. And hey, if you're here to hate me, go ahead. The comment section's right below. It actually does better for...
Actually, it does help to ask for like, because I usually forget. And then when they say it, I just like. So I think the conversion rate, if you want more like on YouTube, then just ask. And people will do.
Everyone on Twitch, like this live stream. Figure out a way to like this live stream.
Yeah, so it does work. It does work.
For this video, hell, dislike it if you want it. Still does better for this video. And we're not even gonna have a sponsor segue today because I really want this to be focused on dealing with what I think, outside of some of the waste issues that we have in this industry, the biggest issue that we have, the people. Fandoms will come, fandoms will go, and those...
What does fandom means?
As in like collections, like very focused collection groups of people.
Why am I type fandom on Google and okay, might not be how do you
It's like
spell
a fan base, just another way of saying community. Like a very, very focused community.
Okay.
So like
yeah.
the Polymaker community is a fandom of the 3D printing community. If that
Oh,
makes sense.
fandom. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Because the one I type, okay, got it. It's a subculture composed of. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, for some reason I ended up on another type of website.
Those that really ride that train, some of them become a little aggressive. They will make fun of others, degrade others, and even start making personal attacks. That's not okay. I've been at the center of some of this hate relatively recently.
Okay, so the prime is people, right? Just it was a little bit quick, but he mentioned we all love 3D printing, but we have a prime, which is the people. And then he's talking about the fact that there is a bit too much hate and something like this, and he's in the middle of the okay, got it.
And while I can take it,
Hi, Matt.
Used to it. I've been in this industry for quite a lot longer than most of the people that are hating on me. I know newbies aren't as thick-skinned sometimes, and they'll get a really bad taste in their mouth. I remember the first time that I thought about building a Voron. So I said, let me go over to the Voron Discord. So they got one, let me go in there. I asked a few questions, I got yelled at, and then I was told to leave.
Really? Zombie, you are on the Voron Discord, right? How do you think about the Voron Discord?
It's a very, very big community, and there are members of varying helpfulness and aggressiveness. So I think it really matters on what type of day. Personally, I've had a pretty good experience recently.
Okay.
And if you just keep playing the video, he'll tell you that that was a couple of years ago.
Okay. Voron has gotten way better. Yeah, I do also have a good experience on the Voron Discord. I mean, I'm only on one channel, which is the filament one, but it's pretty good there.
So I did. When talking with some of the members of the Voron team at the East Coast Rep Rap Festival, they were very honest with me, saying, yeah, that probably did happen. This was a while ago. And I said, yeah, it was a couple of years back. They said, yeah, I was back before we cleaned up the mess that was our Discord and our user base. They owned up to it. They said that we've solved this problem and we would love to have you back. And while I haven't yet joined the Voron Discord because I'm not ready to go down that rabbit hole just yet, they're not the only ones that are plagued with this. It does not matter to me where you go, whether it is Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Reddit, any major social media site is going to have hate groups, fan groups, something in between. Within 30 minutes of me just typing in some of the people that I know have been a little bit more controversial than others in certain groups, I have found monumental amounts of hate. Comments like this is not at all credible. Just another sensationalist YouTube dude trying to attract eyeballs and money. I regret to inform you, unnamed commenter, but if we were really trying...
It's a little bit like we talked about last time, right? On the what was the post again about the Polyterra post, and then people's that were some that were saying there was a setting problem, but in a very straight way. Some that were saying going along with the post. But yeah, I kind of feel what the video is going to be about, which is exactly what we talked about last time. So I'm happy that, which is interesting that we are bringing up the topic at the same time, like literally weeks apart. Does that mean there is really a kind of trend that is building up?
I think it's been...
Do you feel something, or?
It's been more noticeable recently. I don't know why. I think a lot of people are just getting their first printer, and it's kind of like when you're new at school and you have like all these different groups of people. You know, you're gonna be poached by one group, and then they're gonna say, "Hey, we hate these people." So you're like, "Okay, I hate those people." So you kind of form these opinions without getting a full understanding of the overall community. I think that's what's going along here.
Trying to go for money, YouTube is probably not the way that we would do it. These videos pay not even close to covering their cost. A lot of us do it because we love it. And yes, eventually you can start making some semblance of a living on YouTube. But
what would be the percentage of people that are on YouTube to make a living and the people that are on YouTube as a hobby? Is there really more people on YouTube that do that? Yeah, what do you think? Do you think it's 50-50? Do you think there is like 5% of people that want to make a living and 95% that is just for fun?
You can probably look at the metrics, but yeah, like Chu was saying, 5% make a living. Like, there's also a difference between making a side income versus having it pay for like your total expenses. You have to make a lot of, well, you have to have a lot of views in order to be financially
No, I'm not
independent.
right. Let me
The people that try, I don't think many people try to do that because it's very difficult. You can't just use AdSense. That's not going to pay the bills. You have to have external sponsorships and all kinds of extra stuff. So unless it appears like a business, it's probably not.
Okay. Yeah. That was my actual question. Like, maybe people are not making money, but they want, right? I'm not saying they succeed, but they want. Is there any people that are on YouTube and they don't want to make money? They just wanna share, right? because
Yeah.
I mean it does take some time, right? I mean, sometimes a lot of time to do some YouTube video. So let me think. Yeah, like for example, Grant is making a video.
we lost.
Oh.
We lost Nick. You're frozen.
Oh, okay, am I back?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Okay. I was saying, like, so say, Grant said, you're losing money on the channel, right? So
He runs a
it's-
business. Like, this is technically his business, and this is in one way or another advertising for his business. That's why his sponsorships are his own company, which does 3D modeling, design, printing, etc.
Yeah, exactly, Richard. Want and do are very different numbers. My question was more want. Like, how many people has started YouTube because they wanted to make money? Because I feel like a lot of people, they go on YouTube because they want to make money, then they quickly realize that it's not as easy as it seems. And
Speaking of
and
money,
then
this
Sorry?
live stream is brought to you by Polymaker. Have you checked out Polymaker filaments recently? They come in cool colors and varieties, different sizes, sometimes tangled out of the factory, right?
advertisement segment. My YouTube video are just there to share, but they are just my gaming speedruns. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I think sharing or like making video is also a hobby, right? People enjoy making videos, like editing, filming, talking about something, receiving some feedback, improving. Like, they don't really care about the money or even the views. They care about it. It's just a hobby, like people building printers, right? I mean, it's not like they they don't have enough printer, right? But they just like making printers. So
never enough printers. And also, guys, this is gonna be a long stream. If we're like 3 minutes in and 38 minutes into the stream.
If you put in the work, you can make a good living. But if you have a casual channel and expect to earn, then you are fooling yourself. Yeah, I mean, it's like every business, right? If you don't put the energy and the work into it, then no expectation to make money.
Requires a lot more work than people think their cost. A lot of us do it because we love it. And yes, eventually you can start making some semblance of a living on YouTube, but it requires a lot more work than people think. And being in the limelight means you're exposed to more of this criticism and hate at the same time. Recently, I did a video where I was live for quite a few hours and I was being very critical of a company that was not necessarily giving me a great experience either. And I had one particular user say, the 3D printer operator who cried wolf, have a problem with your 3D printer or filament? Reach out to the company. If you're all airing minor and dubious grievances online, then the rest of us get desensitized and won't react if and when it's a real and actual problem. I was having a real one. That individual was then put in timeout for 10 minutes on our live chat and then decided to start rage tweeting at me. At 3D Musketeers is another
pusillanimous
Prussia supporting dilettante who has no defense for my words, calling out his bad faith behavior, so he bans me. I didn't ban this individual, I just timed them out for
yeah, so let me cool down a little bit by answering some of the question. Polymaker president, is the Polymaker president Chinese polymer scientist? Yes, he is Chinese and he is a Polymaker scientist. A polymer scientist from a US school. Most people want to remember blah, blah, blah. Yes. So regarding that,
anonymous.
I mean, not the definition, but so he was on a live stream, right? And then someone said,
chat, and then decided to start rage.
Okay. The 3D printer operator who cried wolf, have a problem with your 3D printer or filament, reach out to the company. Yes. You keep airing minor and dubious grievance online, then the rest of us gets desensitive and won't react, blah, blah, blah. If I understood well, because he used a lot of complicated vocabulary, but what he's saying is, if you have a problem, or how I understand, if you have a problem, then reach out to the company, right? Which I think is fair, right? If you have a problem, then reach out to the company.
But as you know, as most people in this hobby know, it's almost not worth your time trying to reach out to like 3D printer companies or even like filament companies. You can, and you might get something back, but if you're trying to troubleshoot a specific problem, like let's say your first layer isn't sticking, who do you contact? Do you contact the printer manufacturer? Do you contact the filament manufacturer? Like, do you contact your power grid supplier?
No, but I mean, it's a fair comment, right? If you have an issue, then it's a good advice to reach out to the company, and we advise the same, right? If you have issue with the filament, we do have community. You can go on Discord to ask, or if you have issues with Tango or blah blah, just reach out to us. I think it's a fair comment. If you keep airing minor and dubious grievance, okay, so that's the part. So what I understood is, if you stream your issue, you will desensitize people that are watching you, and it may not be an actual problem. Did I understood that well? So
they're saying that the people are complaining about stuff that's not an actual problem because they don't think it's a problem. So, you know, like Grant has said, there's a lot of issues with the bamboo, for example, right? There are issues that he's had with it, so he's called them out. But some people don't believe that those are issues. So every time someone says that there's an issue when there really isn't, that's what they're talking about. So like, for example, you know, we could say for the Polymaker filament, the Polyterra is having issues, right? So people complain about that, complain. But then when there's actually an issue, like it's hard to explain, but that's
I understand. So now I understand the wolf stuff. So what he's saying is, it may not be good for Greg to talk about a lot of issues because he assumed they are not big issues, and that will desensitize people when they will hear an actual issue because they keep hearing issues, so they will. Okay. So,
and thank you, Zolan, for the raid. Welcome on in. What are you streaming today over on Twitch?
Hey, Zolan, welcome in. Sorry, I have my eyes on different screen.
That's
okay. I was Z-Red. Every time I see the Z-Red, it looks like a zombie movie. You know, like the how do you call that? The thing for the how do you call that? The shovel, and the other one, the pointy one to. Yeah, I don't know how to. Maybe. Sure. In French, if there is some Canadian people that want to translate for me. But yeah, thank you for the raid. We're talking about community. We're talking about people, social behavior in the 3D printing community. The science, so I can stay in Printbusters, but of social behavior in the 3D printing community. At the same time, if the company doesn't help you or other people, it's not a bad idea to call them out in public so people who buy can make an informed choice when they purchase a machine. Yeah. I mean, so my point is this. My point is, I would have personally reacted differently to this. So the reaction from Grant was a certain minute out, right? I don't remember the exact time, but basically he cannot write comments, I assume, on the live stream for a certain amount of time, and then he come back, right? So why I personally wouldn't have reacted this way? The first is, I think the comment is fair in a way that, yes, if you have an issue, it's a good idea to reach out to the company. And yes, if you talk about a lot of issues, then people will have, will have a hard time judging what is big issue, what is a small issue. I mean, I don't see anything wrong, basically, with that comment. I don't see...
I think it's a different person that got timed out.
Sorry?
I think it's a different person. Like, those two comments are different people.
Oh, maybe. Okay. Yeah, maybe I do understand. But
tell.
Yeah, so and what's the reason for that is when you have, let's say you feel like there is a negative action or there's a negative thing, and then you do a negative things. I mean, let's say you react by banning or not banning, but time out that person. Most of the people won't have the mind to, time out. For many people, the idea of timeout is to let the guy cool down and think about what they just did, right? But that has never worked in 90% of the time. People will get frustrated. They don't have the open-mindedness to think about what they just did. Oh, I've been timed out. Oh, maybe it was a little bit too hard, so I will not be that hard. No, if you time out someone, they will come back by saying, well, why did you time me out, and blah, blah, blah. And I think that's what happened, because after, what was the comment?
Pickaxe.
After blah, blah, blah. Three Musketeers, another something. Prusa support delay, blah, blah. So it how do you say? In French, we say it add venom, and then the venom is just spreading. You get what I mean? Like we had this type of issue in our channels. Well, one time I think, and the idea is to go the opposite way, right? We want to go a way that is going to really ease out the situation. But anyway, just a comment on this reaction, because I mean, for sure, if you time out someone, there is at least how would you say, maybe 50% or 70% chance that is going to make things worse than actually helping. What would you say?
It's more of it's a distraction of the stream. So if someone is just saying really nasty things in chat, and that's distracting you from being able to stream, and it's not adding anything to the conversation, I can totally see, and I guess I would do that myself, depending on the situation. But you're right, just timing them out is not a solution. It's kind of a temporary fix to make sure that you're able to carry on with your stuff. But there's a lot of people that they come there with their mind set. I don't think that they're going to be easily they won't easily be able to change their opinion. So like they're coming there to give their opinions in their however way they want to give them.
I just timed him out because he was calling me hateful thing, the F word, and not the 4 other ones. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the whole situation, right, Grant? So of course, if he is, like you said, like hateful and the bad word and etc., then yes, it's a good idea to clean up the chat, because we don't want that in the chat, right? So I was just, a pickaxe. Okay, yeah, pioche, pickaxe. Yeah. So when I see a raid, the big Z in blood and a pickaxe, then of course I think about a zombie apocalypse movie. That's what I think every time Zolon is raiding.
I'll think about that too now.
Yeah, so Grant, absolutely, and I would also do the same if someone is really getting into the bad words and something like this. Then it's a good idea to. I would have simply, last time we had that problem. I mean, we only had that problem once, but I believe we ban that person for the rest of the stream. I mean, I do not believe in 5 minutes is enough for this kind of thing, so I just ban completely. And after, then I think we raided or we contacted him or something like this, and then we tried to work things out. And he had cooled down and everything was fine, right? Most important is to solve that afterwards. But yes. That individual needed to be silent in the live stream. It was very rude, inappropriate, and not responsive to the stream that was happening. Yeah, again, only for that comment, that's what I was saying, right? I don't know what happened before and after, but I'm pretty sure there were some good reason why he was, timed out from the live stream. Oh, we ban and unban. Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, we still haven't got like pretty big drama on our live stream yet, but hopefully we can handle them properly, right? I love Poritera. Come again?
It's just welcoming Bob. I'm like caught up in chat,
I love Poritera, but not everyone has the same opinion. The difference with that user is that I won't start harassing people who have different opinion on different social media. Yeah, exactly. Like we said last time, you can, you can talk about a product, maybe a company, you can, tell you don't like them, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to people, in my opinion, is very different. You cannot go online and just, say hateful thing about someone because someone has feelings. Company and object don't, right? So for me, that's a big difference. But anyway, okay, let's continue.
Rebuttal and lost the argument. Be a stand-up guy and admit they're wrong. No, I just deliberately timed this person out because they were spewing hate speech in my chat, and I don't put up with that. And all of the mods were not available at that time. I'm not blaming the mods.
Sorry.
I'm blaming the mods. And it got into a massive argument with this individual. And I'm going to be blurring everything. And when I mean me, I really mean our editor, Andrew.
Thanks.
You make my life a little bit easier so I can make videos like this and feel a little bit more comfortable that the people that we're calling out might not really even see that they're being called out. But the groups themselves have a problem. When you have echo chambers that are, we're the best, we're the best, we're the best. And I don't care if you're Team Orange, Team Creality, Team Bamboo, Team Focus, Team Elegoo. I don't care what team you're on. Every single Facebook group that I've spent even a modicum of time in has had this same problem.
Yeah, and I think, it's not only in our industry, right? I believe everywhere there is always people that will disagree. I think I don't think it's a particular. It is a problem in our community, but I don't think it's a unique problem. I think it's just humans, right? We always disagree on some point, and I think I wouldn't say 3D printing is more than another community. I would say so. I just want to highlight that it's not like our community specifically is pretty bad at this, right? It's more it's just how it is. The question is, can we try to address that problem and maybe do better? Maybe that could be the point. Sebastian, the video we are watching is from Grant, aka 3D Musketeer, and I don't know if I linked that video somewhere. Oh yeah, there you go.
I linked it.
Yeah, Zombie pinned the video, and it's about it's about the 3D printing community in general. What are the up and down? Well, most likely more the downs than up, but the things that we could do to improve our community well-being, I would say. Hi, Commodore PLA, thank you for joining. And yeah, don't forget to be awesome, guys, for the giveaway. I've experienced this firsthand with another Discord that was mentioned in this video. Oh, okay. And again, there is no bad or how you call that, toxic community, right? There is only people with very different way of thinking, right? It would be a pity to put a whole group of people like I know we talked a lot about Bamboo community and Prusa community, and just say the whole Prusa community is toxic.
Members within that community. That's how.
Yeah, exactly.
There can be a large percentage of people in that community, or just loud people in the community. People can be very, very loud, but make up a very small percentage.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all in this together. I don't care.
Yeah, Chewy, exactly.
Has had this same problem. We are all in this together. I don't care what printer brands you like. I don't care which ones you hate. You are entitled to your opinion. That doesn't mean you have to be a jerk about it. If we treat everybody with respect, honesty, and a general sense of caring, we as a community will grow and become more welcoming to bring others in. When people ask what you might think is a basic question, instead of calling them out and being a jerk about it, answer it for them, provide them with an area where they can do some research as well, and then move on. Or choose not to help. If we are not creating a welcoming community of people that are going to...
That's what we said last time about the Polymaker community, and I'm very happy we don't have that problem, and I want to continue enhancing that, right? I don't think we have I mean, Zombie, you are on Discord pretty much 24 hours. I don't think we have that problem, right?
I read every single message that I feasibly can on the Discord. I might miss a couple, but in general, I felt at least the member base on the Discord has been pretty good. We have a few people that have said a couple of things that probably they shouldn't have said, but overall, even those people have still kept it focused and kept it very positive.
So yeah, and I think we should continue this way. Exactly like he said. If there is something that you feel is basic, either if you feel it basic, it means it shouldn't take much time for you to answer, and you should have a pretty good answer if it's basic, or just just leave the question. If it's basic, there is most likely someone else that will have it, or there will be some information that will be shared that will help that person. But going the route of saying it is basic and while you ask the question, then might be the worst route you would go about answering that question. So yeah, just exactly what he said. Hi, Sideline Review. Yes, I know that, and I really push for our community to be respectful, and everyone so far has stepped up to the plate. Thanks, Polymaker community. Yeah, and I saw that, by the way, Bob, Dister Medic, Zombie, NSTO. I may have missed some, Chewy, but I've seen, and every time I like this type of comment, but I see every time when you try to guide the community towards our different core values that we still need to define, by the way, but I think that's wonderful, and thank you so much for this work, because that is helping thousands of people. I mean, oh, by the way, happy 2,000 members. I missed that, but we have reached 2,000 members on our Discord. I think we are 2,100 now, but yeah, happy 2,000 members. No, we do not have that issue for the most part. Yes, some communities might be very elitist, so not really beginner friendly, even if it's not meant in an evil mind way by the users. Yes, I stay in this community because of how everyone does treat each others. Yes. Thank you for being awesome, Just Mecha. I just do what makes a better place for me. Yes, Chewy, exactly. And I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
Enjoy not just the one brand they like, but look beyond that. Look at expanding what they're into and look at learning more. That scares people off. The amount of comments that I've seen on my videos alone talking about how they've seen this kind of hate. Comments that I've deleted that are personally attacking me. It's not okay. I get that some of you all are incredibly passionate about your machines. I am too. I happen to like Prusa. They don't pay me. I wish they did, because I'd be making a lot more money than I am now. I like what I like. You like what you like. Does that make my opinion any better than yours? Yours any better?
Is Grant a Polymaker partner? I don't
He's
think
not. I'm trying to actually send him some nylon. He didn't believe that the nylon was warp free, so we're gonna test that. But he's not a partner.
Will he be at Rocky Murph or? Oh, he's still here. I'm not a Polymaker partner. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well,
I don't know. Are you coming?
I don't know. I have.
I don't.
For some reason, I remember that we started the discussion and maybe not following up. Maybe that's the reason. Most likely from my side. To be fair, they don't pay anyone. You're talking about Prusa?
No, Prusa specifically pays Voron. That's
pays Voron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, for real, or it's a joke?
No, it's a joke.
Okay. Okay.
Better than mine? No. They're opinions. And while I might have issues with some machines, you might have great experiences. That doesn't mean to come attack me, and it doesn't mean I'm going to attack you either. We have to recognize that if we don't start a discourse of open, engaging conversation with all people, you're going to see your community perish. The Voron community saw.
What's that? Oh,
attacking Grant. Okay, need my hammer. There you go.
No, Grant, no.
Rock hard.
We don't call people out like that. $350 after discount. The Bamboo vs Prusa is wild. So much passion. The best thing for consumer is both company to innovate and do well. Yes, if they do pay it, this many.
Loads of people leaving because ultimately the hate wasn't working. And a lot of those same people that are hateful have found themselves on a new printer brand, whatever the new hotness might be, and are creating the same atmosphere over and over. If you are
Do you think so? What he's saying is it might be due to a few people, and unfortunately they are like venom, and they are affecting people around, and depending on which community they are, then it's. Do you think it's a few people? So here's the question: do you think this type of issue is because of a few people, or this type of issue is because of people in general sometimes has a bad time, like they have a bad day and they suddenly do something and that spread? So is that people, like a few people, or is that people in general that sometimes have bad days? Which
There's
one?
definitely herd mentality where if you're part of a group that believes in a certain thing, even if you don't believe in it, eventually you'll slowly start to change your mind or redevelop your thoughts. So I'd say yes, being around people that are very negative can make you as a person very negative. That's been shown over and over again. And same thing, being around very positive people make you kind of positive. So I stick around with just very positive people, and I'm always very positive. And I try to stay away from people that are overly negative, overly abrasive. Is that a good word? Abrasive.
Okay, so I think it's the social media algorithm, especially on Facebook, that rewards brigading and engagement. Yeah, I mean it's true that when drama will always reach more people than no drama, right? Because there will be a lot of comments, so that will bring the post up, and a lot of likes or angry face, blah blah blah, and then yes, this type of post unfortunately will be pushed. So that goes both way, right? If people that are mostly negative are able to affect people around them negatively, then it works the other way, right? We should be able, people that are more positive should be able to convert some people to be more positive, right?
Right.
It both way, right?
Yeah. If you're around a majority of people that kind of feel the same, you're more likely to be influenced by them. I mean, think of politics. I hate bringing up politics, but it's very divided, right? There's a lot of issues that are, you have to pick a side, like one side or the other, and there is an in between, but it's very strongly divided. I think a lot of stuff is like that.
Yes, young Padawan, but the dark side is so strong.
Well, right. Some people, they just feel like it's like bullies in school, right? They take out their aggression because that's what they know, or that's what makes them
so
happy.
we need to find we need to find ways to attract people in the light side, I guess. What's the opposite of dark side? Light side. So the brighter side, right? Because the dark side, I guess what's attracting, maybe I'm wrong, but I guess what's attracting is a little bit of fame, the fact that you're gonna have a lot of likes or something like this because of what you said, and maybe the ease, the release of saying some stuff that you wouldn't say face to face, or you wouldn't say in life, but it's so easy online. So the fact that it's easy to say some stuff that you wouldn't say somewhere else, and the fact that so many people are going to comment and so many people are going to react. Maybe maybe the feeling of mattering, or no, not mattering, but matter. The fact that what we're gonna say matter, not in a way that is logical or scientific, but because a lot of people's gonna, either that's gonna argue about it, so it feels that, oh, what I said matter. So maybe that's the attractiveness of the dark side. So we need to find what's the attractiveness of the light side. Why would people bother being nice? What's a good thing about it, except, well, it's nice. So we always said good is nice. What's the
Right.
actual, what's the actual attractiveness? Why would we bother being nice? Why would we bother answering basic question? What are the gain?
I think part of human nature is helping people. A lot of people, they want to help people, like giving gifts, right? A lot of people much prefer to give gifts than receive gifts. Like they want to give and share.
Hmm.
So, I mean, that's a tough question.
That's a feeling. I mean, in our community, is that people make a huge effort to be nice, or do they really get something out of it? Like, do they feel better? Is that a feeling? Is that the reward of being in the light side is you feel good? You go to sleep and you have a smile, and then, we need to find the exact thing that would attract people to be nice, basically. Is it like, I don't know, when you have issues, you feel supported, but in the dark side, when you have issues, then unfortunately, nobody's going to help, or something like this? So is that a kind of return? Is that a type of karma? The good thing about being nice is the karma is that it will make everything nice around you, and at some point you will enjoy also the nice thing about others. Let me catch up a little bit. I think the world just needs more hot chocolate. I agree with that. Too much coffee. Hot chocolate is underrated.
Oh shoot, I never had a coffee.
Idea: polymeters, commenters on Facebook or Twitter who are kind get given free filament meters, positive reinforcement. And it could be. I mean, I hope we don't have to come down to this, like being nice brings money. But, the idea is this. The idea is we need to find what's attractive, because the dark side, we already know all the things that are attractive. But maybe people don't know what's good about being nice. Fanboy gonna fan. It's not a new phenomenon. Predated the internet. Fans of one brand or car hating other brand car, blah blah. Yeah, I mean, in that particular thing, there is also positive competition, right? I mean, I've been, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I've been in a military school, and there is this type of thing where all the military school are in kind of a competition, right? So we kind of, by tradition, hate each other. I mean, it's a friendly hate, but there is also positiveness at creating competition, creating like one against the other. Sometimes this type of competition can actually bring good thing. Okay, so competition is not always bad. I guess that's what I want to say. Because each team gonna work hard, and then they have that friendly thing. And I mean, even sport is all about competition. And there is still fair play. There is still a lot of good thing out of that. So we can have Prusa against Bamboo. That's not the negative thing, right? The negative thing is, how is that interaction? How is that competition handled, right? If it's handled by, I don't know, like knife and murder, then yeah, maybe not the best competition, right? But if that's handled by, we just worked on that new innovation, and then the other one, yeah, but you see, now we developed that innovation, and then blah blah blah. So it's it's pushing each other up.
You could probably keep watching the video, but it's a lot easier to be negative. You get a lot more response or more feedback by being negative, right? Like I can make a statement now, I say something like completely wrong, and I'll get 100 comments. But I say something correct, no one's gonna comment on that, right? So you're attracting people because it's like a magnet. You're completely derailing what people they have in their mind for thoughts.
And Yeah, so that's the reason why I'm really thinking how we can highlight the attractiveness of the other
Well,
side, because there is some YouTube channel that are highly focusing on drama because it works so well, right?
yeah.
And but what's the how can we attract people the other way? Custom creation, I suppose, since I didn't get an email for an account on Polymaker and the form no longer is valid, that I shouldn't hold my breath for the email. I purchased several roles in the past week alone and a lot of testing to go. Sorry, custom creation, I would have to go and check that. Normally, before I end that form, I should have fulfilled all the thing, but the form should still be there. Actually, I'm not too sure which form you're talking about. Sorry, it's a little bit out of context, so I'm not too sure what you're referring to. To gain polymeters, that's why you'd be nice. Yeah, I wish we don't have to do that. It's also easy to talk troll when there are very little consequences, when you are hidden behind a keyboard and monitors, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we all know the attractiveness of the dark side, right? I haven't still owned several printers brand, and I also use several filament and thread, blah, blah, blah. Display respect for your community and you will get that back in spades. Is that implying I don't show respect to the community? No. I don't know. Did I say something wrong for that, Greg?
I don't remember the context.
Yeah. Okay. So let
At
me.
this point, we're just like staying behind in chat. So
Yeah. Sorry. I just scroll down the chat. So if I miss something, you can copy paste. I think this community has rewarded my positivity with wanting to help me more grow and help with my questions more than most. Yeah, I feel like that's a part of the attractiveness of the light side, is the fact that you will be nice, but for some reason this niceness, you're going to feel it yourself, whether it's via your environment that's gonna echo this niceness, or whether it's just our human nature, that the fact that because of religion, because of philosophy, the fact that we say good is good, then your body will just feel good by doing good.
right. And for some people, that's not enough. Just the feeling, they need positive reinforcement and rewards. And sometimes if you don't get rewards for doing stuff nice, what's the point of it? So you just stop doing nice things. It takes a lot of effort to do nice things sometimes. So putting in the effort but not seeing a direct reward, that can turn you off from just like doing nice things. But that's different than being nice, for sure.
But we've been. I did notice on, for example, on TikTok or Short, whether it's true or acting. I did notice more and more act of kindness video that are people are investing more because they know it works. People that go in the street and say, what is the highest tip you have received, and then here it is, blah blah blah. And it might be a Mr. Beast effect, I don't know, but I'm very happy that Mr. Beast, via what he is doing, is actually impacting people around to feel what's good in being good, right? So, I mean, obviously the scale of Mr. Beast, I mean, we're talking about a different scale, but that's the goal, right? The goal is to, at each scale that we are able to do, to impact, then we have to show people what's good about being good. Because I think that's what we're missing. People don't know what's good about being good, but they know what's good about being bad. So we should attract them on one side. I think it's easy to be on the dark side. It's funny that now we are talking about the dark side, and it's in the vocabulary.
Always comes back down to Star Wars.
It all low-hanging fruits. Really no effort to find bad stuff. It takes hard dedication to be positive. And yes, we will have bad days too, but I want more positive days than bad days, so I will keep pushing all the positive too. Yeah, and it's important also to understand that people can have bad day, right? We shouldn't judge people just on one time where they may have done a bad thing, right? So it's a pity to define someone on one day instead of a continuous relationship with someone. It's like what we want at school, right? For example, in France, there is a law right now that is being discussed between your mark at school should depend on the final exam or the continuous mark that you had during the year. And the debate is around that. Is it better to, judge people on one final exam one day or the continuous mark that they had along the year? So that's the same thing. This stream is a cut above the rest. Nice hair, nice haircut. Taking the high or low roads become a habit. Some people work on themselves, most don't since forever. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's continue the video.
3D printer manufacturer, and you happen to have groups that you yourselves moderate. I highly recommend that you take caution in the beginning to set up hardcore rules that limit the amount of BS that can go on in your groups, because it can quickly devolve into just hate upon hate upon hate.
That's actually a good question. How to build a good community? Like, because he just mentioned about rules. I mean, what's our rule, right? I mean,
You can have any
yeah,
rules.
respect each other and stay open-minded. Okay, so it's not the particularly oh, you cannot see, but yeah, just believe me. You go on our Discord and rules, respect each other and stay open-minded. So is rule really the way of building a positive community? So
I'd say more of a guideline. More of a guideline.
Or even guidelines. Like is writing down something in your pin post or something like this really gonna help making community? Or is it really about, an everyday guidance on from the very, very beginning, and then guiding people, the first people that's gonna guide the second, that's gonna guide the third one, that's gonna guide the fourth one.
Yeah, it's about creating a positive environment. So creating positivity by saying positive things, helping people, etc. Just every interaction, like from the beginning, should be positive. And when it isn't, then that's when you would want to message that person or figure out why they're saying the things that they are, and figure out there's a different solution, or maybe rephrase the answer to because maybe it would offend someone, etc. So just addressing the problems as they happen, without just straight up ignoring that, or you want people to say what they have to say and address it, right?
And I think for me, of course you need to have some type of rule, but I think that's more, for me, I think that's more operational. We do have rules that says if you have that question, then ask here, blah blah blah. But when it comes to the atmosphere that you're creating, I think it's all about, from the very beginning, you have to control that light side and dark side, right, in your Discord. And here, how I think it works: if from the beginning you put a big effort on keeping it close to 100% light side, then as it grows, if there is a drop of black stuff, it's gonna stain so much that it's not gonna belong here, and then people is gonna be like, that feels wrong, it doesn't belong here. So it will quickly be enlightened by sorry, I'm just going full image, but it's going to be enlightened by so much light, basically. But if from the very beginning, you have a 50-50, a little bit dark, a little bit light, then when it grows very big, when there is a dark thing, then it will just be, okay, today there's a little bit more dark, and then someday a little bit more light. But I think it's about the core that needs to grow white and light from the very beginning, so that if there is a little bit of dark, then it will feel wrong. It won't belong there. And I think that's maybe how we have tried to build the Discord community. Is we did put a lot of effort. I mean, even now we are at the beginning of building that, but in keeping everything enlightened. And now people, even people that has actually said not very good thing on the Discord, they quickly realize, because they have this whole environment that actually, yeah, what I just said is actually doesn't really belong here. Does that make sense? Like how?
Yeah.
So that's what I would say on, if we're talking about how we really want to how we want to avoid or try to avoid that issue. Values, Nick. I think values are very important. We have to cultivate the same values from the very beginning. And that doesn't mean people that don't have the same value cannot join. People can change also, and people can agree with some values in that, respect the values of that community, as well as respecting some other value from other community. We don't want the community values to change the core value of that person. It's all about respecting different values, right? Our goal is not to brainwash everyone in the Discord to have that exact values. We just want everyone in the Discord to respect these values that we believe in. I think when you don't know positivity, it's really hard to be positive, but like everything, that's something that can be trained. Yeah. My belief is, if you can't say anything good, then don't say anything at all. Turn the other cheek as long as possibly you can. That's a good advice. My rule is respect each other and help those that need. Yes. A good point, for instance, many manufacturer subreddits have almost no moderation, as the only mod are employees of the manufacturers, and they don't assign enough people to do the job. Yeah. I mean, we have the same issue, right? We don't have a huge amount of people to monitor that. So we just have to rely on the right people within the community to, help on that, right? The same way I'm relying with on Zombie, Chewy, Bob, Medic, and etc. Reminding people to be respectful is odd to me. Isn't that like implied? Reminding people. Sometimes it's good to repeating things that may be basic for you. So we come back to the first question, right? People are different. Things that we think may not be what other people think. So it's always good to communicate, because unfortunately we cannot read the mind and this type of thing. The only way we have as human is communicating. That's the only way we can know what's in others people's head and mind. That's the only way, is communicating. It sets expectation, and that's also the reason why I always ask people to not judge without communicating, right? Because it's there's no information to judge on, right? The mods needs to set a set of rules to point to when they say someone has broken the rules. So like I said, like these more operational guidelines and rules would be useful. A magnificent username. In my opinion, it doesn't help, but you need to have the law written down so you have the right to deal with those violating that. Yeah, that's a good point, NS2. And that's, yes, a bit lacking on our on our Discord. We need a little bit more rules, as said. Mods and admins are human too. Yes, respect, you should give and be earned. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm getting I'm always getting late in chat. I don't know why. I'm trying my best, but
because you spent about 5 minutes commenting on every message, and
okay.
Each message comes in about 10 seconds after each other.
Okay. Okay, so let's continue. I need to sleep eventually. Sorry. I told you to the Musketeer at the beginning. I tend to talk a little bit.
And a mob mentality that doesn't solve anything other than to upset people that might be looking from afar, saying, I wonder if I want to spend money on this. Then they see the community and they're like, oh God, no, we don't want to talk to them. And I'm not going to sit here, call out any specific communities, because I think every single community is guilty of this.
Do you think, sorry, I'm pausing again, but there is so many good points in that video, but do you think community is a big factor in purchase decision, because that's a big topic in our marketing team, right? Because that will evaluate how much you should invest in that part of marketing.
I think it's part of the overall ecosystem for sure. Is what kind of person is involved in this product? So let's say,
Even
is that better now?
yeah, I don't.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying, oh yeah, so if I'm looking at a specific product and I Google and see what person is trying to use that product, and maybe it just so happens that that person or group is something that I don't believe in or I don't agree with. So am I gonna buy that product knowing that I'm probably not gonna be able to get the same support as other people, or do I want to get that same support? Like, that is a consideration for sure.
Matt is saying, I don't think it does too much, but if someone doesn't know how to get involved, if they can't get the help and how to pick a printer, they may never buy a printer. Yeah, so they feel overwhelmed with the choice, and the community hasn't helped alleviate those anxieties. Yeah, so in my opinion, which I also shared with the team internally here, is the community is helpful for customer loyalty, but it's not very helpful for purchase decision in a way that there is way more other factors that would completely remove the community factors. For example, PPC on social media is way more important for purchase decision than just having a community. But when it comes to customer loyalty and brand image and awareness, then yeah, from that perspective, the community becomes one of the most important, because the community is the one that will, the entity that will echo the image of the company. And if you don't have a good community or a good image, then the echo, yeah, sorry, it's going to echo a bad image. Okay, let me stop there. How do I mute people again? What do you want to do? Community doesn't substitute for the lack of customer service. Yeah, I mean, there is, depending on the purpose, there is rank in priority, right? For me, like I said, in every string, product is at the core. If I had to choose one thing, I mean, not that I don't like the community, but I would still choose having a good product first, instead of having a good community and a bad product. But and customer service, yeah. Customer service is very close to community, right? Community are users, are customers. You are serving those customers. And when we're talking about community, we're talking about very similar as customer service. And that's the reason why in our team, community management and customer service are pretty much the same. In short-term transactional way, there is benefit from people modding products. Long-term is more social. Yes, and that's, if maybe a few slides from our marketing presentation I did last week, is personify the company. The idea of creating relationship with customers. Customers cannot have relationship, for example, with this, right? You cannot have relationship with a remote control.
I mean,
or you have
no.
relationship with a spool. But people have relationship with other people. So the first step of our marketing was to personify Ponymaker, to give it a character, to give it a face, to give it to give something so people can have a relationship with, right? So that was the idea. So the idea of having Ponymaker being like this, or be like this, very active, having a voice, then people can start to have a relationship. I mean, when I talk about relationship, I talk about social relationship, right?
Let's continue the video.
Yeah. Wait, just 2 seconds. He's right. For instance, Thomas recently said he was no longer going to cover bamboo products due to toxic fans. Yeah, again, that's a whole new topic. But that decision, for me, needs to be studied a little bit. Like taking that type of decision, because there's a few people. I don't believe the whole bamboo community has done some bad thing. I think it's a few people, and then Yeah, because I see a lot of tweets and message that says how toxic the bamboo community is. But is that true, right? But Thomas has a close connection to Prusa, and Prusa has equally toxic fans. Yeah, I mean, it's a judgment. It's a personal decision that Thomas has made. Not with that attitude, you can't. Okay, let's continue.
And Prusa, there are a lot of fanboys out there for Prusa research that believe any other machine on the planet is absolute and utter dog water. It's not. There are plenty of machines that provide very valuable.
Yeah, that's not okay, Grant. Definitely. Posted your home address like this. Like when it comes to people, I think we all agree. When it comes to people, we all agree.
Competition to Prusa. Some people might believe that there are machines that are better. Some believe that there aren't. You know what every single person doesn't like? When somebody else tries to shove their beliefs down their own throat. It's not fun. If we can look at a community and say, I just want to be a part of it. I want to learn about my machines. I want to learn about my slicers. I want to learn about modifications, should I choose to do them. And I would like to be a part and help foster a welcoming, understanding community that is in no way, shape, or form discriminatory, then you're doing it right. But if you're going to sit there up on your pedestal, say that you're better than everybody else, and go in there and create an atmosphere that is toxic, you don't belong.
I think why, so if we have to add the question, why the Prusa community is called out by being fanboys that think their printer is the best. Is that because most of the people in that community say that? Is that because, you know, where does that come from? Because that's not the first, Grant is not the only one that is saying that, right? There's a lot of people.
Any large group of anything, and there's gonna be members in that community. You can say that for anything. You can say that for car owners. I mean, you look at like people who talk about cars, they're gonna be very, very, very one-sided on their brand, and they might become toxic against other brands because they have their strong beliefs. So this doesn't exist just for us. And
Like, but I mean, why Prusa? Why people talking about Prusa for that? I haven't heard that for FlashForge, Creality, whatever. I mean, Bamboo maybe
because a lot of people have Prusas. Maybe it's the presence in the community. Maybe it's that.
The site, but Creality has way more users than Prusa, right?
There are Creality fanboys. There's people who will say that Creality is the best. You can say it for any brand.
Is there any people that says like Creality is the best?
There are people, yes, there are.
Yeah.
There are Creality Facebook groups and different communities that you can go there, and there's that same behavior.
Orange is a cool color. Prusa is a quality brand with a reputation, and there is a presence. Prusa has been around for a while. Okay, might be also that. Creality has no persona. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, Pezis. So maybe Prusa has more persona. I mean, yes, definitely. I mean, it's based on a person, right? The company name. So maybe it's much easier to create that relationship with the company, rather than Creality doesn't have any persona, like you say, Pezlis. I 100% agree with that. Maybe that could be a reason. People are have a stronger relationship with Prusa. And like Grant said, when you have a belief, when you have a strong relationship with someone, then it's hard to hear people talking about that person that you have such a strong relationship with.
Right. And that's another thing, justifying your purchase, justifying your experience. Now that I bought this one printer, for example, now if anyone says something bad about that brand, I'm immediately gonna want to be defensive because I'm defending my purchase decision.
Yeah. I think it's a bias because of the size of the Prusa community. There's other smaller brand. Well, I was talking about Creality. I mean, Creality is what, like 10 times, 20 times size of Prusa, maybe 100 times. Some people say Ender 3 are the best. Okay. Sebastian, yes, customer service can be an important factor. People will get very toxic if they lose hundreds of dollars or euros on the company. Many of the Chinese 3D printing companies are not like Polymaker when it comes to customer support. Once they got the money, some of them care little if the product is broken. The customer service of many store and reseller tries to turn away customers and blame problems on the user. Yeah, I won't highlight enough how customer service is extremely important, especially in the US. For some reason, my experience is US people are really care a lot about services. Like if you bring them a good service, they will be very happy. If we don't have a good service, even if the product is good, then they're not happy. It's all about service.
Yep.
In Europe, a little bit less. Europe, they don't have that much relationship to services that US people has. Prusa is expensive and people get very defensive of their decision when they spend the money. Yeah, so that's what Zombie was saying. The user then go on Facebook, on the YouTube comments of the product of the brand and venting off the frustration. Yeah, that's definitely, that happened all the time, right? I personally did that with an airline company, traveling company. What was that again? eDream. So I went on eDream, and then and actually when I went on Twitter to talk to eDream, wow, they have already all the people that were complaining about them. So I didn't need to add one more. But yeah, if you have a bad experience, you will tend to want to share that bad experience because it might be bad, but you want that company you want to pay back that company by making them a bad marketing, and other people don't use it. So that's the power of customers, and they want to use that power. If they feel the company doesn't deserve customers, they will do bad marketing for them. So of course they will do that because that's one of the only tool they have. The only tool they have against a company when they cannot get a refund or something like this, it's to go and do bad marketing. And believe me, that's a very powerful tool, and companies should be scared of that. I know some very big companies that don't really care too much, but you feel that they don't care too much, but believe me, they do. When they have like hundreds of, because if they are big, they also have a big percentage of people, and that makes a lot of noise. Okay, sorry, I'm getting late again on the chat.
Let's speed run this video.
Okay, so I will continue. Sorry, you can copy paste if I missed anything.
I'm sorry. It is a huge problem that I've seen recently. And maybe it's because I've been targeted and it sucks. But yeah, any press is good press for content creation.
Yeah, so one thing I would say to Grant is never feel targeted. I think it happened all the time, something like that, because when you feel this way, it might make more bad feelings, and you may feel down or this kind of thing. I would say to never feel particularly targeted, to leave it, to not, well, except if it's very personal and then they go and attack your home.
He's literally been targeted. But, yes, I get it.
But overall, try to not be, except if it's clear.
Creators at the end of the day, and people that say that we just create and fabricate problems for views. Honestly, if that's what I was doing, I'd make way more interesting failures than what I've been having with some of my machines. I live in Florida. We'd have a lot more fun with this stuff. Okay, like there's very few things that aren't legal here. I could go way overboard, but instead I choose to show things the way that it is. I believe I present valid concerns to a table that has unfortunately all but ignored me. While some of the staff members from certain companies have reached out and we're working on some solutions, some of the fans have gone as far as to post my address publicly in a Facebook group, which...
Yeah, so that's wrong. That's really wrong. That happened to some other content creator we were working with, and in that perspective, I don't even understand what's the goal. I mean, can you imagine? Put yourself in the mind of that guy that posts the address. I mean, what is he even looking for? Is he looking for people that's going to go to his home and hurt him personally? I mean, what kind of thinking is that? You know that I don't even understand that. I'm pretty positive guy, but in that perspective, I don't see much positivity in actually.
I really don't either. Yeah.
Yeah. I got involved in the 3D printing to help me get through my mental health issues, and all the negativity and hate are a real bummer and have really affected my motivation. Printed vision, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm hoping, I do believe we have a good environment on our Discord. If that can help you going through that 3D printing journey without having to deal with all the hate, I highly invite you on our Discord. I do believe we're trying to keep a very positive environment. It's sad to hear this type of story. Really, it's very sad that that is affecting in such way. Exactly. I still think it's healthy to see both sides of one coin and understand that my experience isn't equal to another person's experience. Yes, Super Caroline, exactly. I have to have the swatting talk with all the local PD because of that. It was not fun. I had to have the swatting talk with all the local PD because of PD for me is product description, but I guess it's
the police. He had to go to the police
you
to
had
inform them of people potentially calling out and saying, like,
yeah.
It's
not fun to be musketeer, but it's the right thing to do. Protect yourself, and safety first. I don't even know what there should be some guidelines on internet that help content creator when they face that issue. Like, what are the next steps? My address has been leaked. What should I do?
That's a good point. Does anyone have any references on that? Post that on the Discord.
Yeah,
that would be good to develop, because we do have a lot of people in this kind of overall 3D printing community that stream and do stuff, and they publicize themselves, like myself even. So it's good to know.
Yeah, it's good. Like some type of guideline on how to react. What are the best procedures when something happened, like my name has been leaked, or my address has been leaked, or I received a hateful call about my family, blah, blah, blah. I was threatened. What are the steps that needs to be taken? I do not recommend showing up at my house uninvited. You will not have a good time. Don't go to this meeting house if you're not invited. I love the fact you even brought that up. It's sad people become target for trying to help or vocalize the problem we see and don't. Well said, yes, Dotach. Twitter has been a bit more toxic lately, it feels like, but it might just be my feed. Yeah, I guess each feeds of each people are very different, I think, depending on what we follow and stuff. No one delivers out, although they will soon, which will be nice. No one delivers out here, although
like
they will.
Companies don't deliver to his house? Is that really true? Do you live that far out in the middle of nowhere?
I don't know. Okay, cool. Let's continue.
Which really rustled my jimmies, but you don't remember, I live in Florida, so that one's on you. I was watching a stream last night with Nico Industries, Uncle Jesse, and Frankly Built, and they were talking.
Oh, by the way, we just sponsored a whole suit for Frankly Built with the cosplay.
Talking for a little.
Pretty amazing.
A little bit about the toxicity of Reddit. And I've been in the 3D printing Reddit for a while, and maybe it's because I don't really participate a lot anymore that I don't see it, but I'm sure that it exists. I'm sure that the same things exist in every community. I watch some of my favorite mods get pushed out of the Reddit community because somebody else said they needed to go, and the community disagreed. But it didn't matter because that person had seniority and was able to push them all out. People that were making legitimate moves to building a inclusive and welcoming community were cast astray and told to go find a different one. I'm not
I am in the Emily the Engineer Discord, and it's also a very nice one. People helping each other, and it's not family friendly in a way that the language may not be the same as ours, but in
that's most Discords.
but in terms of helping each other and this type of thing, then it's a very nice community. So if I've seen some people asking about Blender stuff, I recommend that this community. I highly recommend. So like I think Frankie also has his Discord, but I'm not too much involved. But I can talk for the Emily the Engineer community.
Fan of that. Now, I recognize that some communities have gotten their acts together and some are actively trying. But when we have comments like this saying dub clickbait titles to get views are pathetic, if I ever see that channel recommended, I will be setting it to don't recommend. Buddy, by all means, go ahead and do that. But you don't have to start this whole problem of an echo chamber that is people getting upset. I wouldn't buy one because a clown YouTuber said not to. I would probably buy 3 or 4, right? More for me, just another opinionated YouTuber. I'm sorry, we're opinionated. Every person is opinionated, but making fun of others like this is not okay. And you know, there.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what he said. Like where would I stand on that point? The comments. So there is 2 comment like dumb clickbait video title like that to get views are pathetic. If I ever see that channel recommended blah blah, and another one that says something, I would probably buy 3 or 4 blah blah. Okay, is that an okay comment or is that a bad comment? Because what he just said is everyone is entitled to their own opinion, right? Does that mean like why these opinions are not good? Or like is that is being rude to be rude? Like where is the rudeness of that? The first comment, yeah, maybe because there is an actual action of saying that he won't recommend that particular video. So this one I understand. The second one maybe a little bit less, right? I wouldn't buy one because of maybe a clown. Okay, maybe a bit personal to the YouTuber. I don't know. Sometimes it's important to. I don't know if you can hear my daughter screaming, but she's calling me. So what I was saying, yeah, how to distinguish an okay comment and a not okay comment, because a lot of time we tend to make the judgment that if we disagree with a comment, then it's not an okay comment. So in this case, I mean, I personally don't see anything wrong with those comments, right? I mean, he can, most likely the first one is an admin or moderator, so it's his kind of community. So if he doesn't want to recommend that, then he doesn't want, right? And the other one consider that, what the YouTubers say is not true, and he is going to buy 3 or 4. So for me, there's nothing particularly wrong about it. So I wouldn't. I don't know. What do you think, Zombie?
I think a lot of that stuff can be rude, and sometimes it's probably best to not share your opinion if it's not going to provide any helpfulness to the discussion. I think a lot of these comments are just not helpful.
Yeah, I mean, they're not helpful.
Right.
Maybe.
Right. So
does that
if
mean
they're not helpful, are they worth posting?
But worse or not, like is there anything wrong of posting this?
Wrong? I mean,
they have an opinion and they want to share their opinion, which is, I mean,
yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it's not tasteful. It's not adding anything. It's hard to say, but personally, I just ignore that type of thing. Anyway, I just like scroll by it and I don't read it. I don't engage in it. It's when it's really targeting you and like saying stuff about you, then that becomes more of an issue, because the comment is addressing something you're saying, they're addressing your thoughts, and they're going against you. So there's different types of comments for sure.
It's not additive.
Yeah, right. Right. We like subtractive manufacturing, right? Right now.
Yeah, like of course, if you have some comment that says, I don't know, yeah, maybe I'm
Has it really been another hour? Oh my god, I set these things to unpin after an hour. We're only 10 minutes into this video.
Yeah,
we should probably, okay. Grant, if you were interested to join the stream, we can just finish watching this and discuss. I think that would probably be better a better thing to do at this point.
Yeah, or
Otherwise,
maybe he can come now. I mean, he can.
Yeah,
also,
unless you just want to come now.
yeah.
'Cause
So if you want to come, Grant,
it's more or less the same stuff, just reiterated with more examples, I believe.
Is he on? Yeah, he said he was on Discord because he said he was on.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'll send the link. I have the link.
Yeah, it's okay. I found his
Okay.
Discord.
Oops.
Yeah, I just on Discord, Grant. I send you the link.
I did too.
Oh, he's on 10 server. Oh, cool. I thought he went away from Discord because of that, but no, maybe just about that Voron stuff.
He has his own Discord. It's actually a pretty nice one.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm not.
I think it might be locked behind his Patreon, but it's still a.
Okay. I will soon be able to do Patreon with the company accounts, just some finance stuff.
It's locked. Okay.
Always. Oh, he's here. Hey, Grant, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. How's it going?
Hey.
Good.
welcome.
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
You get the
It's
cat?
weird watching myself, but this is a common thing that happens. We review every video, and yeah, it's always a little weird around here.
Cool. What is there anything particular that happened that made that video, or is that just an accumulation of things?
I mean, the impetus was that individual who came into the chat, called me some incredibly derogatory terms that I won't say. If someone calls me something that I wouldn't say in front of my mother, I don't want to listen to them. And that individual said things that I would never say in front of my mother, let alone my father. And when I muted them, they went and started rage tweeting at me. So that was the impetus for all of this, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Oh, on Twitter as well. Okay, so not only on the stream, then they go on Twitter and they continue all of that.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. I don't know how it ended up. Did you guys just ignore each other now, or did that?
Oh, he's very blocked. Very blocked.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, he's a known problem child in the industry, to say the least.
Oh, okay. So that's interesting. Okay. So, anything you wanted to say from what we only watched 10 minutes, not even half of the video, but anything you wanted to come back to of what we said that you want to give a bit more precision, or was it?
No, not really. I'm totally fine with the way that it is. Again, everyone is entitled to their opinion, and I think that if people try to shove that down the throats of others, that's when it starts to become the problem. And I don't care what team that you're on, and I don't know if we've gotten to that part yet, but the editor put a wonderful little Easter egg in that bit. But it's like, guys, we can all get along. Why can't we all just get along? Even the categories, right?
Nick, where's your cat?
I feel like I need a cat now.
You gotta have, dude. Cats are great. They make everything better.
Okay, cool. I think it's the first time I review a video. I mean, it's not a review, but I watched a video, and then I have the guy that made a video this year. Okay, so we'll continue. So I mean, you have so many good points that I had to pause the video many times and talk about it. So that's why we haven't been able to watch too much, but we'll try to get a bit more efficient from now on.
Hated YouTuber.
I tried to warn
I'm
him.
sorry.
Come again?
I tried to warn him.
But that guy isn't really a new problem in the industry. Last time he accused Neo 3D of kissing Prusas, blah blah, and he just has a problem with anyone who wants disown Prusa because he does.
That's
Okay.
I can confirm.
Okay, so he's a known individual. Okay.
Yeah.
I know. What's his name again? I don't remember his name, but his YouTube channel is design.
That's the one. You don't have to keep going.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
That's the one.
Oh,
Yep. And I don't want to give that person any free press out of this because it's bad. And You know, again, if we're going to perpetuate a community of people that are understanding, inclusive, and kind to each other, you have to choose to not go there.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a better picture of all of that.
Opinionated. Every person is opinionated, but making fun of others like this is not okay. And you know, there are some good comments buried in here. Like, good for him. He's absolutely correct. The service should be far better. I'm not saying it's a piece of junk, but it is a closed system like many retail products, and the company should focus more effort on after-sales support.
What was the video about? Was it the bamboo?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's from. I mean, we're obviously hiding it, but it's bamboo. That's from the bamboo Facebook group.
Okay, cool. So what I understood is, so the bamboo community and the Prusa community, people talk a lot about this because we are in a period of time where we review these print, or at least the bamboo, we review a lot the bamboo, and every time there's a little bit of bad thing that we say about it, there is some people in the bamboo community that overreact by saying it's not a problem or blah blah, and they tend to defend their product, and that's the thing that creating tension, right? If I understand well. And from the Prusa community, is because there is all of these new printers. What are the bamboo and the Soval, I guess, is the one that has created this, and then the Prusa is trying to defend because other people are saying that either the bamboo is better, either the Soval is similar or almost
I
similar.
just like printers, and just like printers. And like, I love the Soval SV06. I have a few of them. I bought the SV06 Plus. Not cool enough to get one sent to me for a review, apparently, but you know, whatever. I'm only gonna feel slightly salty about that. But you know,
Me neither.
it is this kind of video and the kind of attitude that I take toward things is why companies probably don't send me things, because I'm not gonna hide any BS. Like, we use burner emails when companies send us stuff to test out their support, to see if their support's any good. And that's a known thing that we do. And it's like, all of a sudden when companies figure that out, we stopped getting review units. I'm like, okay, if all you want to do is send printers and all that to people that you just want a yes man, then by all means go ahead, but you ain't gonna get that out of me.
Sorry, what's a burner email?
It's an email that is not associated with my company in any way, so there's no obvious association with it.
Also, it was like kind of
Anonymous.
an anonymous way of trying a customer's. Oh, that's smart. What did it go well for some of the company, or
no? It's never gone well for any of them. But it is what it is, man. You know, I don't make the rules. The reason that we do it is because we want to make sure that we're not getting golden support or a golden printer or something like that. I mean, clearly with the bamboo, I didn't get a golden printer. It was running a sub 40% completion rate.
Golden lemon, am I right?
But it couldn't even print a lemon. I had to do it on my Prusa. But yeah, when companies provide something to a reviewer, I think it's pertinent to validate whether or not you're getting the same type of service that somebody else will. Because if I go out and say, I had an amazing experience with their support, they know exactly what they're doing and they help me out very quickly. But then the average person, it takes them a week to respond. They're giving, you know, canned responses and all that. That means there's a distinct difference between what I got and what the average user got. And so we test companies by utilizing non-associated anonymous emails so that we can validate. Because again, I don't want to say something and then end up eating my words because somebody else or a vast majority of people had a considerably different experience.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Are you still continuing that, or you had to stop?
Yes.
Or
Yeah, we do it.
Well, I will make sure our support stay good for everyone then.
And it's like it's similar to how I mean, should I name and shame? Should I name and shame a company? Let me do it.
You can name, shame maybe not, but you can name one.
Okay, well, I'll talk about that mentioning the company. We had a company reach out for us to do a sponsored video. They were going to provide us with a printer and $100 for a pair of fully edited videos. And their caveat was they wanted to review it first. And I said, no. One, I'm not going to do a video for $100. That doesn't even cover my production cost. But two, you will not get to review the videos. One, we run an incredibly fast cycle for creating videos. We produced 73 videos in February, for reference. So we make multiple videos a day. But even further, if a company wants to respond, let them respond publicly. If they want to review the videos, they can make sure that it aligns with what they want to hear. If they want it to align with what they want to hear, then don't send a crappy product. And if they're afraid of that, that's on them, not on me.
Well, maybe do they really want to review the video to make sure it's all positive, or do they want to review to make sure there's no misunderstanding?
No, they want to make sure that it's all positive. If there are misunderstandings, that's fine. That can be corrected in a second video. And I think that that's totally fine. But if the company is not providing the resources and things to keep a misunderstanding from occurring, then I believe that a reviewer has to present things the way that they see it, right, wrong, or otherwise. And if a company is going to try to influence that, that makes this review and the reviewer less honest because they're being influenced by another company. With that being said, if the average user would come to the same conclusion as the reviewer, and even if it is misconstrued and wrong, it's still incredibly valid. Right. So I attack this from two perspectives, and it seems people like this. I attack it from the hobbyist perspective and the business perspective. I've been doing 3D printing professionally for been doing 3D printing for 15 years, professionally for now 13. And that's a little bit different, right? So I can look at it from both sides of the fence. From a professional side, I'm not going to let any of my integrity get in the way. And if a company has a problem with it, don't do business with me. And clearly that shows. But I'm okay with that, right? I don't mind it. It's companies showing their true colors. So, and like Vast CNC says, they want puppets, not opinions. And, I don't want to go that far, but companies do want people that are going to state what the company says rather than their own opinions. Because, hey, if I agree with everything that a company says, that is absolutely good for business. We have almost 14,000 subscribers, and that means our average video gets about 1,000 views. And if you figure even 1% of those people convert into a sale, that's 10 sales from one video. That's a lot of money for a company that maybe they're trying to get started or something like that, right? And these companies are willing to put commissions on it. So they'll pay you a commission for the sale, which then has this money driver for it. I believe in full transparency. Anytime that we get something, I am transparent about it because I need people to understand that there are going to be inherent biases when something comes to me for free. Just it's basic human nature, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you don't acknowledge it and you actively try to hide it, that's where I believe we have an ethical dilemma that doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, understood. Geek is saying, I don't think it's bad if the sponsor gets to see ahead of time, but they don't get to any say on the content, no veto power. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about agreeing with the policies of that content creator, right? Each content creator will have different policies.
Most of us have the same ones, which is you don't get to review the videos. They go out, you like them or you don't. It's not on me. I call it as I see it. And, Tom Sadlatter kind of set that standard. I know, people like Joel, although Joel's not doing reviews anymore, Modbot, Stefan, Angus, everyone kind of abides by that, right? Companies don't get to see it ahead of time. If they're that concerned, then they should make sure that they cover those concerns before the machine arrives and be able to address them publicly. Because here's the funny thing, right? If a person has a bad interaction or a bad experience with a machine, it gives the company a chance to publicly respond in a productive way. And then the reviewer might go back and do an update. So a company that realistically was only expecting one video now gets an opportunity to show amazing customer support and potentially get a second piece of content that's made for them. But instead, companies see it as nothing but a negative. I see it as a way for people to work together rather than, again, this us versus them or them versus us or whatever it might be.
And I think it's important also to differentiate a review video from an advertisement video, because we had
Yes.
advertisement video, right? And it should be a little bit clearer to people when it's an actual review and an advertisement. I think there were that debate around. I think it was Uncle Jesse making a sponsored video for the Anchor Make, I think.
Okay.
And I think it was clearly stated that it was sponsored advertisement, right?
Yep.
It was a video to help.
It's actually required by U.S. law. It's an FTC's Federal Trade Commission regulates that kind of thing. So if we as content creators do not have some sort of disclosure about it, that is a crime. It is not legal for us to do that.
YouTube has a button that you have to click. Is this paid content?
Yep.
And then it'll flash up on the screen that this is a paid advertisement. As
Yeah,
part of trying to do that.
Then I think we have to be careful with this, right? Maybe the companies are paying to have advertisement content, right? So they can. I don't think it's bad if the company say, okay, I want a positive video. You know, that's my goal. My goal is to have an advertisement, right? But I have to be clear about it. So that's why I'm saying it's really an agreement between the content creator and the company.
Yep. There's contracts involved, especially when it's an expensive machine. If it's, you know, like I called out Silval in a video. It's like, hey, I gave you guys, you know, the top mark. Is there, you know, can you send me a printer for review? And they eventually did. But, you know, I called them out and it got their attention. And they're like, oh, yeah, I guess we'll send him one.
Yeah,
you know,
so,
but it is what it is.
Reviews don't mean advertisement.
There is a difference between a review and an advertisement.
On way back when Linus Tech Tips was doing some stuff, they clearly defined stuff as a review and a showcase, and explicitly, would show that a showcase is a paid advertisement from the company, where any thoughts and opinions are kind of null and void, and you're just going over facts. Where a review is something where you have to give your personal opinion.
Where that company does, there's no money exchanging hands.
Right.
For that.
There's no money. There might be a product, but no money. Correct. Not at all.
Yeah. I think
that's the standard as far as I'm concerned.
Because for us is the same, right? I would send. I mean, I'm sending a lot of filament for review, and then they just test it, blah blah blah. But if I want, let's say, I want a video that I would like to put on the website, for example, you know, showing the strengths of PLA Pro. Then I would pay it, and I would want to have a video that shows the strengths. And if it's not printed well, then I would ask, okay, maybe we'll have to reprint or something. Like, for example, Disturb Medic took picture for our website with the dual seal. Well, it came out well the first time, but let's say it didn't come out well. Then I would have asked him, okay, you know, can you change a little bit the settings so that you can take better pictures so that I can put it on the website? So I think there's a difference. A difference there.
And one is a review, the other is like an actual business relationship, and there is a defined line between them, right? When we get paid to make content for companies, which by the way has never happened, unless you consider the fact that E3D is a Patreon supporter at like the $5 or $10 tier. But that is, if that's enough to sway my decisions, and man, I have no integrity. But you know, if a company wanted to pay us to do something, like they found that we did nice B-roll, they wanted to pay us to do a sizzle reel or something like that, then yeah, they would get that content. If there's an agreement that we can post it as well, we would be forced to disclose that relationship. Now, we don't have to disclose how much money was exchanged, but we can state, you know, this is sponsored content from this company. There was money that exchanged hands. Then that is really as far as, you know, we are required to disclose. And I don't think we need to disclose any further than that.
So now the question is down to, is that wrong for company? I think it's a vocabulary point of view. Like when company are asking for a review, and they ask for, can you keep it positive, blah blah blah. I think they should be clearer in their vocabulary. Can we have an advertisement spot on your channel? That should be better.
Well, and if they
right?
want that, then they should start with giving me a price, right? So if you
Yeah, yeah.
want to pay for an advertisement, that's fine. You can pay for an advertisement, but I'm not going to accept just a free printer for an advertisement because there is production cost that goes into the videos. If I want to do a review and I believe that a machine is worth the review, then yeah, I'll accept a free printer in exchange for doing a review video.
Yes,
Because if
yeah,
I take money, then we have a problem.
yeah. Because there is some content creators that are asking thousands for a review video.
Oh yeah.
So is that wrong for the company, to say, I'm paying a couple thousand just for you to review the video? So, and then I think it's fair if they want to say, okay, I can pay a couple thousand, but I would like a more positive video. It's like a bit of an advertisement, but
Yeah,
it's an agreement, right?
if a company is paying somebody, then they have every right to review it. They have every right to provide, editing, oversight, be able to make suggestions. If they're just providing a free product, I don't believe that there is any onus on the content creator to provide an early copy. Even further, I reviewed the video going out tomorrow about an hour and a half ago. So we edit so quickly and get videos out so quickly that there wouldn't be time. So we don't offer it.
Yeah. Maybe just
One thing that I kind of want to clarify about the filament, because you give filament out to people for testing for use on streams or projects. A lot of people will call that a sponsorship, and I think it might be a good idea to clarify what a sponsorship actually is. A sponsorship, in my book, is a payment of
Correct.
monies.
And that's why when we talk about it, hey, we got this printer for free. There was no money exchanging hands. There is no expectation of any of the content. We're going to tell it how it is. And that's generally my disclosure for that kind of thing.
On my definition, I would say anything. For me, product is also sponsorship. Like if we send products to someone, we sponsor that someone's project, whether there is money involved or not. I think a completely non-sponsor is someone go on our website, buy the spool, do their own review, post the video. We have no right? Of course, we have no right. But as soon as there is a product exchange for free or a PayPal payment or blah, 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 then there is a relationship. Even if it's just a free product, if people say the content creator is saying, cosplay is very good for cosplay and he received for free, so it's sponsored. Yes, they're totally right. I sent the filament, it was sponsored. Now it's up to them to judge, okay, is that content creator biased because he received a free product? Or can I believe that even if he received a free product, he is objective? So that's
it's a semantics thing, realistically. The line is a fine one and each person will define it differently. I don't think it's that big of a deal, semantics, how people choose to say it, as long as they clarify what that means, right? So if I was to get 50 kilos of PLA for a project and it came from Polymaker, I would say, thanks to Polymaker for supporting this build. They provided all this filament that we're utilizing in this build 100% free of charge. There is no money in exchange of hands, and there is no expectation of any reviews here. I'm just showing the product for what it is and what it does. That would be along the lines of what I would say, and a disclosure that covers the bases that I need to cover, but everybody's a little bit different.
Yeah, and I think that's what people need, because at the end of the day, it will come down to people's judgment. Okay, I know this was a free product. Okay, so now I will judge. So he's saying it's an unbiased review, but it all comes down to the people, because there will still people that's going to say, yeah,
there's no such thing as an unbiased review. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, there's always bias. It's important to show your bias. It's always important.
Literally, the review is bias.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's okay. To be clear, that's okay. But yeah, if someone, let's say Prussia sends me an XL, That'd be a $3,500 printer. Hey, Joe, please, if you're listening, that'd be great.
Send this guy a printer.
You know,
5 AMS.
yeah,
5 tool changer.
if that's the kind of thing that would show up, that is absolutely going to bias my opinion. There is no way it doesn't, just by its nature alone, because the value of it. And again, it kind of depends on who you are and where your line is. Certain people will say, "Wow, $500, it doesn't matter." Some people are like, "Whoa, $500 printer, man, I'm royalty." So again, it is subjective and objective and morals and ethics. It is individually defined by each person. I, as a business owner, define mine a little bit different than others, because yeah, I've got a team, we've got bills to pay, and we will absolutely look at doing paid content, but it won't be reviews. It will be showcasing, right? It won't be any opinions. Like Zombie said, it's all about, if we get money for it, we're talking the tech specs, a document that we are provided. Otherwise, that's it. Like, we're actively seeking out, there are 3 companies right now that I've reached out to for sponsors for the channel. That will be a set amount of money. They will get a set amount of time, like a sponsor segue where we talk about them. It will include video that they get to approve ahead of time. So just some B-roll they get to approve ahead of time. And if they'd like, we will provide them with, extra content, because we have some decent gear, I think, and be able to provide them with content they can use elsewhere.
I'm interested in that, by the way, if you still have some space.
We can talk.
Yeah, I'm always the one late. I know I need, maybe Zombie can help me also with that. But we're trying to put together a new partner that I talked about last stream, where we will have also some financial help for content creator. I want you to support more than sending a bunch of materials.
I mean, to be clear, the material that you guys are sending is incredibly valuable, right? Especially to the smaller people, like the Maker Deck Mom program, right? Where you're sending filament to what are effectively just average hobbyists that are trying to make an impact somehow. That is an amazing outreach and very much an olive branch to try to bring this community closer. I inherently support that. But similarly, I don't need a kilo or 2 for free. There's got to be damn near 100 kilos of Polymaker in my shop. And it's because you do those 50% coupons, and I have a problem. Like the last time it was Zombie. I'm blaming you, Austin.
Hey, I'm not the one who makes the coupons. I don't even know what the next one is.
$325 after the discount.
Yeah, I'm glad it's helping.
Yes,
and I use it, right? We have particular clients that love the PLA Pro. I mentioned Polymaker in the video coming out tomorrow, where I talk about that I have a kilo of your fire retardant polycarbonate that I have.
I sorted some of that.
A video. Zombie, don't print that inside. Do not print any material with a fire retardant classification inside. It stinks so bad. Ask me how I know. I have been banned from printing fire retardant materials inside.
All right, I'll print it with my resin stuff.
Yeah, it's real bad. It's real bad.
The garage.
It's a common thing. I'm told that it's part of the UL94 V0 and all that stuff. But I have some ABS from 3DX Tech that has got to be the most horrid smelling material that I've ever done. It is a heavy smell that gets into fabric. Ooh. So you'll smell it for days. I was, and like similar that you'll get immune to it. Like you won't smell it, but somebody walking into your shop will, and they're going to smell it on you like you were smoking or something. So anyways, yeah. I know we're completely off topic and there's more of this video to finish. Talking about the community and some of the, addressing the community as a whole, I guess.
Okay. All right. So we're we're over halfway through.
No, we're not.
Almost.
We're almost. Whoa. And you know what? We're half. Oh. They are. This is a bamboo.
It's funny because I didn't know the voice was the live voice or the video voice.
Ooh,
They're multiplying.
comment thread from their Facebook group, and they are actively hiring to bring in more people. I called this months ago that this was going to be a problem, that Bamboo was going to find themselves in a situation where they were either going to have too many support issues or too many people, and they found themselves too many support issues. Like a lot.
Too many support issue, meaning
Had a
their
lot of
customer
problems.
service will be overwhelmed.
Yeah, they had a lot of problems, and this is something that we cut out of the video. But they chose to solve it in a way that I've never seen a company do, and it ultimately backfired incredibly poorly on them. So
Oh.
they were dealing with so many customer support issues. They finally just started, instead of sending parts, they would send gift certificates. They would send a $20 or $30, whatever it was, gift certificate to cover the cost of the part, cost of shipping, and there was a couple of bucks left on there too if they wanted to get something else. The problem is their community figured that out and submitted hundreds of support tickets in less than a day to just get the money. And ultimately what occurred is they're like, oh, whoa, hey, whoa, that's not good. So when I had a motherboard fan die in my Bamboo, I had to film a video with a date code, and it was a date code. And instead of filming a 30-second video, I filmed a 20-minute video talking about the things I love and hate about it and notating that. It sucks. It's like they had a good intention, but their community just basically said, nah, man.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we actually had the same discussion here because we don't have a very easy customer service, but let's say we consider as a premium customer service where we will usually, just replace. You have a Tangle, we'll help out, and we always rely on trusting our customers because if they won, we could have what happened to Bamboo. So what would make that issue? Is that people issue or is that's
a people issue? When the people figured out that all they had to do was submit a support ticket for something being wrong and they would get a $20 voucher, they took advantage of it. That's absolutely a people issue. And I think I said in the 10 things I love and hate, it's like that says more about your community than it does you guys. I believe they attempted to come up with the best solution that they had that wouldn't overwhelm their support staff. But unfortunately, it heavily backfired because people said, I just want free money. I don't care about the parts. So Bamboo said, no, we're going to need a video with a date code in it proving that you actually have this problem or you're not getting jack diddly. And I get it. It makes sense, like intrinsically, but from a customer standpoint, I am not filming another video. Like that's not, I already posted publicly on Twitter about how loud that fan was. Actually, and if you go to the repair video, that of 6.5 hour repair stream that TLDR didn't go well, you can hear the fan when we first start. It was bad.
Okay. Oh, you did a 6. Have a good night, Richard. Thank you for joining. Oh, you did a 6.5 video troubleshooting your Bamboo? Okay. But
it did not go well, to state the least.
I noticed that. For example, Medic in the chat is helping us with product picture for our website, and he has a Bamboo and it's working perfectly.
Yep.
And another one, I think it was Chewy or I don't remember, and it was not working for exactly the same setting. So it seems like
it's a QA and QC issue. It's quality assurance and quality control. And like I had a tool head board break, so they sent me a new one. The one that they sent me was completely different than the one that was in my printer. And unfortunately, they had some, and I one of the people on the stream correctly identified it. They had some manufacturing issues that they hadn't resolved in the new boards they sent that ultimately made them completely useless. So I had to undo the installation of that, reinstall the broken boards that, while broken, still functioned, and then try to run the machine, and it was still broken. It was just that whole stream was just it was riding the struggle bus. And at some point you're committed to finishing it. It was something like 6 hours and 37 minutes that I was live. Like,
and did you manage
sun set when I was streaming?
Did you print at least something at the end?
Yeah, and it didn't work.
Oh, okay. So, okay, 6 hours after, and what's the next step? Are they going to send a new one or parts?
The
or
printer arrived back at their USA distribution center on Wednesday. So I don't know. I'm waiting to hear back from them. The ball's in their court. So when and
Okay.
if they choose to send me a replacement unit, they gave me the option of a refund or a replacement. I chose the replacement because it lets me produce more content. So there is a part of it that's like, oh yeah, I guess I can produce more content.
Mhm.
But I've been one of the more harsh critics about them because I've called out issues like this and got a lot of hate for it.
Okay.
And hilariously, every single thing that I called out and said would be a problem was basically precisely what I dealt with.
Okay. Oh, so even before you received that, you analyzed
Oh
the
yeah.
bamboo, etc., and then you had some comments on it, right?
Yeah, so we do a video series called Print Fix Friday. It's on its 77th episode, so it's a weekly series. Been doing it for 77 weeks, and I have no intention of stopping it. But there were a lot of bamboo failures that we covered, and my God, the amount of hate comments I got in those videos. It's anytime I mention bamboo, we get hate comments. And it's not just like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like attacking me because I have long hair without knowing the story behind why I have long hair. Or they call me the F word, and it's not the 4-letter one that's a cuss word. It's the longer one that is a derogatory term against people that are not straight, if you will.
Okay.
And it's gotten real bad. But that's okay. That is the impetus that started this video idea. We were all, the entire staff, like I had an all hands on deck meeting when this video went live because we were expecting it to be nothing but hate comments, and the overwhelming majority are people that are, like, yeah, we need to address this. We need to address it now, because if we don't address it, it's just going to get worse.
Yeah. For every complex mass-produced product ever made, some customer somewhere has received the lemon. Yeah,
That's
I mean,
true.
it's I guess from the bamboo part, it seems that they are handling things as well as they can for their scale, right? But it seems
Yeah, for
that
the size they are. Yeah, they didn't scale up appropriately. This is why a lot of 3D printing Kickstarters fail. They'll raise a ton of money, but they won't recognize what it takes to scale a business like that, the economies of that scale, while they can reduce their cost of production. What if one of your production companies just says, no, we're not going to work with you anymore? Do you have a backup? You probably don't. What if all of a sudden you need to have boots on the ground to validate that parts are coming off the line proper? Do you have somebody in the country of origin? No? That sucks. You better figure that one out. And so companies are caught with their pants down trying to be reactive rather than proactive. And that's how I've always approached it and said, we can be reactive or we can be proactive and get ahead of it. If we can get ahead of it, then we win. If we can't, then we lose.
Okay, so mainly the bad image is actually built by people that have a bamboo, that use a bamboo, instead of the company itself that has provided bad service or something like this.
I think the company's service, while, again, you compare it to what you know. I know Prussia's support. I have 13 Prussias, right? We have 45 machines here total, to be clear, ranging from $200 Elegoo Elegoo Marses all the way up to $90,000 and above full color 3D printers that are for very specific jobs. So very, very different markets for what we handle. But I'm used to 10 or 15 minute wait at best for Prusia support. So the couple of hours or day or two for bamboo, it's not bad. But when you are trying to go after the big dog in town, which they are, right? Let's not beat around the bush. They're direct competitors, which is fine. I'm glad there's a competitor. But they have to understand that you must compete on all fronts and not just one. But some people pointed out that it comes down to the amount of money, and that people have to justify the amount of money that they've spent. Let's be clear. A lot of people were buying $200 Enders and below, right? A lot of us started with cheap 3D printers. Why? Because we didn't want to spend a ton of money. And once we start spending a ton of money, some people must justify that expenditure to themselves and even further to others. So, and a lot of times that is not a conducive way of doing it. So, magnificent username guy says, what could possibly be a legitimate reason for a man having long hair? Asking for a friend. I've been growing out my hair since August of 2020. I sustained a back injury April 9th of 2020, which changed the course of my life. I was walking with a cane for almost 2 years, and I have not cut my hair at all. No trims, no nothing since August of 2020. And we are going to donate my hair and then shave my head live on YouTube to benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Sanjay Mortimer Foundation. When? I have no freaking clue. But soon TM. So yeah, for those that say, oh, you look like a girl. I don't care. You're just jealous I still have a head of hair when I'm 33.
Ooh,
but yeah, and then I realized I have curly hair. It's crazy. But yeah, that's the reason for the long hair. There's a great reason for it. And anytime that someone calls it out, I tell them that, and all of a sudden they stop responding. It's so weird how that happens. Anyways, we're almost halfway there. We can get through this video.
Yeah,
let's do it.
We're getting there. Yeah, let's go for it.
A lot of companies that have exponential growth like they did. Prusa was the same way. Back in the early days, back before a lot of you even knew Prusa existed, their customer support wasn't great because they didn't have a big team. Now they have a team where they can afford 24/7 customer support. A lot of companies can't do that. And
did you watch the video from Jonathan, the next layer?
I did watch it. Yeah. Yep, I did.
Do you what do you think about it? Do you think it's the points are fair, or do you think there is some discussion there?
I think some of the points are fair, right? Prusa has not really done anything too crazy in 5 years. Did they release the Mini? They did. The Mini Plus, they did. Do I love my Minis? Yes. Are they as bulletproof as a Mark 3S? Absolutely not. They need more maintenance. The Bowden system is not great, and I think Prusa's somehow commitment to those brass couplings rather than the standard push connects, I don't understand that. That is an absolute weak point in the Mini's entire process. But I also believe that nobody has legitimately competed with Prusa in the past 5 years. So why? Why would they need to innovate? I have on many occasions compared this to Intel versus AMD. Intel was making very, very, very small incremental changes between their series. And then all of a sudden, AMD came out of nowhere and launched this platform called Ryzen. And now we have these two companies that are fighting it out tooth and nail. And what happens? We as consumers win. So whether Bamboo succeeds or they fail, what they have shown is that the community is willing to spend more money to get more value. And that it's not about who can be the cheapest anymore. It's who can provide the best value, options that people want to see. And let's be frank, there is no chance that you get a good wife approval factor on a Prusa Mark 3S. You've got a much better wife approval factor of a Bamboo because it looks like a consumer product.
You think so?
Rather than a weird robot
It's
that
loud.
should belong in a corner. It is loud. It is loud. Not my loudest printer. My Taz 6 is still louder. But it doesn't matter because it looks the part, and it could easily sit in the corner of a room and not completely stand out. You could put a lamp next to it and it's not going to look out of place.
It has an Apple kind of look.
And if I had to ask the question, the most valuable printer for you, I guess it would be Prusa because of the experience you had with the Bamboo, right? As far as your experience.
I want to give Bamboo a fair shot, right? And they're going to get it. Whether the community believes it or not, they're going to get a fair shot. I love my Prusas because they're not the prettiest, they're not the fastest, and they're certainly not the easiest to always work on. But damn it, they just work. Like my 21-year-old Honda that is sitting outside right now, I turn the key and it runs. Every time. I do all the maintenance myself, just like I do all the maintenance to the Prusas myself. And we make a few mods to them that make them easier to maintain, like belt tensioners that are a little bit easier to access. But, I can click print and comfortably walk away on my machines. And from a business standpoint, that's what I need. Is the speed of the Bamboo insane? Absolutely. And when my machine worked, my God, it made some gorgeous prints. The problem is it didn't really work all the time. So, you know, I want to give it a fair crack, but
yeah, they do target the same market than print and go basically.
Yeah, so, they do. They do.
I think it's a great analogy you had with AMD versus Intel. Like, yeah, you're right. Both very strong companies, but kind of like no innovation means that you don't have to do anything to try. I can definitely see Prusa in the AMD footprint where they have the support and they are working on stuff behind the scenes. If you think that they're not, I guarantee they are.
Yeah, so some people are talking about like how Prusa's not fighting.
Right.
To be clear, nobody saw this printer coming, right? They made a Kickstarter that everybody thought Anker was going to have the biggest Kickstarter, and then Bamboo came up and just wiped the floor with them. At the same time, I can only imagine how Anker's marketing team was just screaming because they had a guaranteed win with this thing, and then Bamboo came out and just wiped the floor with them. To be clear, I have an Anker Make M5. We got one sent to us by a Patreon supporter, of all things, who had one but doesn't have time to use it. So we will be doing an unboxing of that soon, TM. But I don't think that there's been adequate time to give any company an opportunity to compete. I believe the Prusa XL, while some people don't see value in it, I do. The multi-tool head is amazing for somebody like me that wants to run soluble supports with a carbon fiber nylon, because the mixing problem with an AMS unit not only creates a ton of waste, but if you don't get your purge volumes correct, you're going to get soluble support material mixed in with your print. And if you're running carbon fiber nylon, you're not doing it because it's pretty. You're doing it because it's strong. To be clear, carbon fiber nylon, real pretty. Love it. It's one of my favorite material.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous.
But it's not cheap, right? And if you want carbon fiber, but you don't want to pay for it, go get carbon fiber PLA. Right? And Polymaker makes some. There's your integration right there. Call to actions.
Go buy some carbon fiber.
Good night, Printed Vision. Thank you for joining.
Oh yeah, I bought the 612, so that'll be coming in soon.
Oh, I'm excited to see your thoughts on it.
Yeah, did you see what I did? I had to put it on beta testing.
Beta. Yeah.
Because I would have never.
Yeah. Do you want to beta test the 612?
Yeah, I'll beta test firmware, man. Firmware, filament. I've got some products coming up that we will be utilizing carbon fiber nylon for. Okay. So I've got direct use cases immediately. Now, those are parts that I'm going to sell. So if we are beta testing, I have to clear that with the company. If it's not parts, if we can't do parts that we can sell, fine. I've got personal products that I can easily do with it.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll talk.
For some reason, I'm thinking you are in the UK, but you're in the US, right?
Yeah, I'm in Tampa, Florida. So it's 11:39 p.m. here.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's kind of like being in the US, being in Florida. It's like it's similar province.
Okay.
Yep, that's fair. Florida's weird.
Okay, let's see if we can reach the halfway mark by today.
Sorry.
And that's one of the main features and reasons why I buy from them. But I'll tell you, I've been playing with some Sovels recently, and I've been enjoying the hell out of them. Does that mean I'm giving up Prusa? I'm going to throw all the machines behind me away and replace them with SV06s? No! I believe a well-rounded diet, right? We have Prusa as our main course. We have some Sovel for dessert. And if you're feeling a little randy, maybe you bring in some Bamboo and Elegoo just to top it all off.
That's an interesting thing, because I mean, I don't know what's your side business, but I know a lot of.
I'm a service bureau, so we make parts for people.
Oh, okay, interesting. Because in our survey, we made a survey for printing services, and by far, they all want to stick to one printer and just multiply that
Yes.
printer. I mean, per technology, they usually don't want to deal with too many different type of brand.
Correct.
So
and that's why I'll run my Prusa farm before I run any of the other machines. You know, the Sovels. Sovel didn't exist when I was buying Prusa. If you are competent and you know how to service a printer, go buy an SV06. instead of a Prusa. If you don't need Prusa's support, then there's no reason to spend the Prusa money. They're good printers, right? I love my Prusas. But realistically, from a consumer standpoint, if you can get 90% for a quarter of the price, why wouldn't you? Right. But yeah, I as a business, I want to look at new machines and evaluate them for a business case, but I'm also a hobbyist as well. I do a lot of personal 3D printing. So I don't mind having the odd machine that's a bit of an oddball, but if I do want to assess whether or not Bamboo fits into my company, I have to buy one. I can't just trust others. I have to spend my money, put my money where my mouth is, buy one in and see how it goes. And if Bamboo does prove to be the printer that everybody is saying it is, then we will be buying a few more. Because like I said and I think I say it in this video too, I paid for my Bamboo in less than a week of doing parts on it. So, the business case is there. It did parts in 12 hours that Prusa would have done in 31. There was a business case there. But I need reliability. And if it can't provide that, then it's not going to stay in my shop.
And you have the good thing is you do run a business, so whatever decision on printer you choose will be taking into consideration all the cost, efficiency, etc. So we actually it will actually be very interesting from a business stand, someone that is running a printing service, what printers is more valuable to run that printing service. So it's I'm very interesting in that comparison between the two, because there's a lot of Prusa print farm at the moment. I'm interested to see how Bamboo will go on that market, because obviously there is no Bamboo print. A few Bamboo print farm at the moment. So I'm interested because Prusa has also invested into print farm softwares and automation, etc. So I'm wondering how they will fight on that particular market.
We'll see. Obviously, the Mark III's platform is ancient. It's still running an 8-bit board, and Prusa is getting every dime they can out of it. And obviously, the Mini is a bit of a test bed to see does 32-bit fit well in their system. But similarly, I will mention some of the business stuff in the main channel videos, but we heavily discuss it in the podcast, which I do live basically every weekend. We're in season 3. We have 52 episode seasons because they're 1 year. But we've got a lot of interesting content coming up, because for Mother's Day, I'm going to interview my mother. For Father's Day, as we've traditionally done, I will interview my father. So if you guys want to meet my family, that occurs on those particular holidays, because I want to I want to forever lock in an interview with my parents, and have those memories that will never go away, which is cool.
Nice. That is very good. My wife also posts on YouTube for that particular purpose. They want to keep all of these memories, and
it's amazing.
Nice. If you have some link, by the way, you can maybe put it on the chat so that people, if they are interested, it's easy for them to find it.
Yeah, it's just youtube.com/3D Musketeers. It's not too bad. It's weird for me to self-promote in other people's streams because it's like, it's not my stream, man. If you all want to post it, you can. I'm just the guy that's the topic of the night. And I'm the guest. It feels weird to self-promote.
No, of course it's we're looking. We are not a content creator. We are a specific channel, right? We're a company channel, so we want people to discover more content creators. So cool.
We are producing, we're doing a lot of short form content because that's how we get eyes on the channel, and it's a relatively affordable way to do it. We are sitting at 13,996 subscribers. And by the way, before we started this stream, we were at 13,980. So that'll give you because we don't get a lot of subscribers late at night. So thank you to all of those that have subscribed from this stream.
Awesome. A lot of good content. What's the last question before we continue that? But what's the main topic of your channel? Is that troubleshooting? Is that reviewing? Is that a bit of everything about 3D printing from business to hobby? Or is there a specific topic? Or
It's a bit of everything, right? So, in January, we did a bunch of, beginner videos and how to fix this, how to fix that videos. We have Print Fix Friday, which is all about solving print failures by looking at them, assessing them, and, recommending changes. And then the Wednesday videos, which are just kind of, whatever it might be. This one was, we need to have a talk. There are ones where I've unboxed $80,000 of scanners that I bought. That company did. I wish they would have given them to me, and talked about the scanners. We've done an episode on 3D scanning. An upcoming episode is going to be where we take a physical model and we reverse engineer it with 3D scanning. I want to just democratize this industry and bring it into the homes of more people and bring down that barrier wall, because while the prices have come down for machines, education has not changed. And if there's a market gap that I can fill, then I can make a business case out of it. If I can make a business case out of it, I can actually predict when and how we will make money doing it. So
Awesome.
Again, it's a business. This is a business model for me. So I'm currently running 4 separate businesses. Yeah, 4 separate businesses right now. And I'm advising another about a dozen.
Okay. Printing service, content creation, and
printing service, content creation, physical products, and a learning management system. So a class structure. The physical product is called the Politician. It is a device that filters and produces hot air, like a politician. It's designed to maintain chamber temperatures for resin printers, and it will be able to get hot enough to maintain chamber temperatures for FDM as well.
Oh, that's very valuable. Very valuable.
Yep. Polaris says, in before expensive AF Vision Miner scanner. I have 3 Artec scanners, with the cheapest one being $20,000. So very few of my scanners are affordable. We did just look at the RevoPoint range, which is currently on a Kickstarter, and I compared it directly to a scanner that is basically 20 times its price, and it held its own. I was very impressed with it. RevoPoint software obviously still needs work, but when you bring out the big guns and it is able to hold its own, that's great. And I think for someone that is looking to start off 3D scanning, there are so many options out there under $1,000 right now, where previously just didn't exist.
I don't feel much. This kind of market. I'll have to check. Okay, let's continue that.
Having a well-balanced diet when it comes to machines, especially as a hobbyist, is valuable. And having a well-balanced round of opinions is also valuable. Hilarious.
Thank you, NSJO. See you in the next one.
People even call it out. Toxic community for sure. And then, I've seen it and been in worse. So because we've been in worse, let's not fix the one that's currently bad. No, look, you guys can choose to be part of the problem or choose to be part of the solution. I choose to be part of the solution. And while I am critical of companies, and I've been critical of Prusa, and if the XL launch doesn't go well, you're going to see me be critical of them too. That doesn't mean I'm a hater. Me personally, I watch a lot of 3D printing content creators. I've been watching it less and less as I tend to make more content that way. I don't find myself influenced by their opinions. However, I find that I like watching multiple people's opinions after I filmed my videos to see, where do I stand amongst a lot of the other creators? And hilariously, I match up with a lot of the people that I've respected for all of these years in this industry. Do your opinions align with those you respect in the industry? If they don't, that's okay. But if you're going to take it out on those people, that's not okay. And it's certainly not okay to take it out on users. As a content creator, I can click hide user from channel, which means you will see your comments, but nobody else will, including me. So you can spout hate all you want, and it doesn't change anything for me. It's not.
How much work does that take to mode all of that? Like all your comments and community.
With this video, it's been a lot, but we get like 30 or 40 comments on a video, so it's not that bad. I make it's still a personal thing for me that I want to make sure that I reply to basically everybody and as many people as I can. One, it's good for interactions, right? Which is good for the algorithm, right? The algorithm gods that, write my paychecks. But I also want people to feel heard. Whether they disagree with me or not, I want them to feel heard. And when a content creator that you look up to has a conversation with you, it makes you feel special. It's called a parasocial relationship. And it's a little complicated because like they have a desire to, learn more about you, and you don't know that. But I went to the East Coast Rap Festival. It was my first public event. And there were these people that were just coming up to me saying, "Oh, I love your content, man. Can I shake your hand?" I'm like, yeah. Like, am I supposed to get a photo with you? I have no idea how this works. I did not understand that there would be people there that would be fans. It was really odd for me. And yet I did the same thing when I saw Joe Prusa. I did the same thing when I saw Tom Sandlatterer. And, I talked with a lot of people. And Nick, we met each other there. I scanned you.
Yes, I remember that.
But it's a little bit different, and I want people to feel heard. And if they have an opinion, I want them to make sure that I see it. Whether I agree with it or not is, a little different. And if they're rude, I'm gonna give them the same energy that they gave me. I'm not gonna make personal attacks, but I'm gonna give them the same energy back. But hey, if the haters want to leave comments, it only serves to have the channel get pushed to more people. So go for it.
And I really agree about what you're saying about people. You want to make people feel heard. We actually had the same discussion here internally about messages, because since we scaled up a lot last year, we received more and more messages, email, etc. And one thing we're trying to do is, for me, it's not really about heard, but it's more about, I really don't like if people feel ignored when they,
that's fair.
Thing or something like this. So it's similar, right? But
yeah,
for example, you tweet out to Polymaker and then there's nothing, and I really don't really like this. So that's why we try to, every single thing that has a Polymaker word in it is either answered or liked, so that we have seen it, etc. And we're trying. Obviously, that's going to be impossible as we scale up, right? But as much as we can, and that's why we have that community as well to help with all of this. But I really agree with that part.
Well, and similar, right? We have a public email, youtube@3dmusketeers.com. It goes directly into my inbox, right? And we get fans will, just give us an attaboy or something. But a lot of times it's people that have printer problems and are reaching out to us to help them. And they may not want to be in a Print Fix Friday, but they still want help. And I do my best to help people. I've gotten on Zoom calls with people in other countries just to help them live. And it is always funny because you can tell that they're kind of fangirling or whatever a little bit. And I'm like, I'm just going to ignore this and just move forward, because otherwise we'll never get to the actual thing, and they're just going to sit there starstruck. I just I never feel as though I'm someone that deserves that kind of praise. I'm just a dude that's talking about his experiences on the internet. I'm glad that people like it. It's cool. But this all stemmed because I wasn't really able to walk. That's why I started a channel. It's because I wasn't able to walk, and I wanted to solve the basic questions that were asked to us in the business. So here we are, 2 years later, 14,000 subscribers.
And that's a beautiful journey, right? Really beautiful journey.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's the Sisyphus school of business for sure. Sisyphus is the Greek god that pushes the boulder up the hill indefinitely. But that's okay. I enjoy the grind. I enjoy the love of it. And while YouTube is a lot of work, it is something that I look forward to. And as soon as I stop looking forward to doing something, I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, passion is important on what we're doing. Basically, it does feel really good when Polymaker likes and respond to retweet something I've posted. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I also love when people share what they have made, and if we can give more, visibility to some of the project, then we'll definitely do it. The fact that you engage with us little people says a lot about you. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that we don't. I know that part about little people, big audience, small audience from the fact, yes, there is some bigger audience than others, but in our marketing team, we tend to focus more on the people itself. Is it someone that we feel can inspire other people? So we don't really have that little people, big people stuff. So that's the reason why on Twitter, for example, I will interact exactly the same way.
Mhm.
Whatever. I mean, I don't even know when I interact how many followers that people have, except if I know some names that are
Right.
popular. But otherwise, I don't really look at I don't really look at this. But I look at the project, the picture.
Mhm.
Is that a very nice picture, inspiring, like an Iron Man suit, fully functional with things that are moving? That's
It's
so
pretty
cool.
cool. Yeah, Frank
Right?
does amazing work.
So, and usually what we consider big people, they are big. Why? Because they have inspired a lot of people. And
Yep.
that's usually how it goes. Okay.
So,
Let's.
speaking of being awesome, it is almost midnight. So Grant, if you have to leave,
Oh
feel
yeah,
free
yeah.
to-
I'm good.
I know,
Dude, I'm
we're
always
all-
up this late.
I know we're all we're all night owls.
Nobody sleep.
That's
so
I
crazy.
work
probably-
16 to 18 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah,
Wow, I mean, that's.
we should probably
that's-
do the giveaway in about 4 minutes, so
Okay,
it's not too
okay.
late. 3 hours in.
Okay, sure. We'll continue a little bit, then we'll do the giveaway. I mean, for me, it's like middle of the day. I mean, it's like one.
Yeah.
1 p.m. No problem for me. So, but yeah, definitely, just let me know.
It's not going to change anything for my viewers. And we're going to create an atmosphere and a community that is inclusive. There have been quite a few people in the comments that have initially come on really strong, and I've responded with similar energy. And by the time we're done with a little back and forth, we've come to a really good agreement. People that are now like Patreon members and YouTube channel members, which
Yeah, that's the best story, right? Is when you can turn things around.
Yep.
You know, like it's a pity when it end up by, blocking each other, not talk, and then that's it for the future and blah, blah, blah. But it's always good when, okay, maybe it doesn't start on the right foot, but it always end up well. I think that's the most beautiful stories.
I find kind of ironic, but also really curious, because it shows that even though we have a difference of opinion, it doesn't mean that they hate me. It doesn't mean that I hate you. It doesn't mean that I hate anything that you're doing. I love when people challenge me. I love when people say, I think you're wrong. I love when people say, I disagree with you and here's why. But if you just come in and say, your channel sucks, I'm unsubscribing. This isn't an airport. There's no reason to announce your departure.
Why is that? This joke is so universal. I see.
That's Joel Telling. Joel Telling was the first person that I saw that, this isn't an airport, no need to announce your departure. I'm like, I gotta find a way to, I've had that when I was doing this whole video. I'm like, I gotta find a way to integrate that because it's a great term, and those that haven't heard it before, it will resonate with them, right? The,
But Res is
oh,
toxic.
F this channel, I'm leaving. Like, who cares?
Yeah, I saw that joke a couple of times.
Just unsubscribe. I want to see a community that is inclusive, that looks at new users and says, hey, come on under my wing. I got you, fam. That's why we started Print Fix Friday, was a way to help others get involved and get interested and become more active in a community that they want to be a part of.
And one experience that I can share is, so I've been an expat for pretty much all my life, right? I've been living in different countries, and it's so amazing so I'm French, I speak French, and then, for example, when I arrive here in China, and there is someone else that speak French, then we're suddenly having that connection and stuff. And I want people in the 3D printing community to have the same type of feeling, like, oh, you also have a printer? Oh, I have a printer. And then you suddenly feel so connected.
You feel connected, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the expat experience I've had. I want to have the same on the 3D printing community. For example, we've had someone that is working in Twitch and has contacted me to help on the Twitch stuff, blah, blah, blah. And it was just because we both love 3D printing. And we don't know each other, but we have that connection, and we started talking directly into, we don't even know each
that's
other.
awesome.
Yeah, and that's the part I really like. Like you share something in common that you both love, and ding ding, then you create that awesome connection. So I really agree with that, and I hope we can really develop that further and further, because that's that feeling of being connected to someone that you don't know, and you suddenly help each other and blah, blah. I mean, how many times people has helped me when I arrived to China, and then when I had a problem, I literally called them and then they helped me. I mean, I don't even know them. That's the first time I have them on the phone, but we just speak a similar language, and there is that type of connection. So I really love that.
Speaking of connection, let's connect. I assume it's one person with a free spool of filament. It is midnight.
Oh, it is? Okay, let's go.
I'm sorry, the segue was right there. I had to take it.
Yeah.
We have 73 people here watching and 76 entries. So I guess we have everyone. I will give you an additional maybe 10 seconds to enter if you just arrived, and then I will draw our midnight winner. Madlo reminds me how we met. My first thought was, who is this Nicholas guy? He's sharing all Polymaker confidential secrets. Then I realized you work for them and reach out. Oh yeah, I remember that. I was on a Facebook group long time ago. I think it's 2015 or 16. And then I was sharing all of this Polymaker stuff behind the scene. But yeah, it was the good time. Okay, shall we draw 77, 79? Okay, so there's some more people joining. Come on, a few more seconds before we draw and finally continue this video. We're arriving at the end. We are on the second half of the...
Probably about an hour left.
Yeah.
Okay, we good?
It does take a long time to diagnose a video. It really does. Especially these long ones. Like, who makes a video over 10 minutes on YouTube? Come on.
And then you put two incredibly talkative people in a room with one moderator who doesn't speak up.
Yep. Yep. And I encourage it more than I help it.
That's all right, man. We love you anyways.
Thank you.
Okay, 80 people, let's draw.
Again, want to share your screen.
Oh, I'm not sharing. Oh, yeah. So, actually, there will be a winner. Let me check who was the winner, but I will draw again. Oh, the winner was that person. Interesting. Let me check.
Ginger, you want a spool of filament. Congrats on your Galaxy Dark Blue.
No, I guess, yeah, because of the sound stuff. Otherwise, we cannot hear Grant talking. So
yeah. We don't. It's probably best if we don't.
Boy, that's what you all want to hear is me talking. Jeez.
Okay, so let me share again. I think I need to share my whole screen. Yeah, am I the only one using StreamYard? Everyone using OBS?
I use OBS.
Yeah,
but I don't do like live guests and all that very often. My podcast is solo for the most part.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I am using OBS.
So, you guys ready? And we're gonna draw. What are the white frame behind you? Is this filament storage rack? Oh, that's for you, Grant.
What?
Again.
Your filament storage.
Oh, yeah, those are IKEA Veskin carts.
I've heard pretty
And the actual winner is Printed Vision. You went to sleep. Oh, I'm very sorry. I will give you 5 seconds, but I remember you said you were going to sleep.
I saw the original Zerno was a winner. I like him. He's a Patreon member. He's actually here because I posted it in our Patreon. He's a good guy.
Okay. So chat, show the winner off stream should be an actual winner or not? Then I mean we can draw two people. That doesn't matter. So
I mean, you know where the filament comes from. It's up to you, man.
Yes. I agree.
Okay, so maybe let's give what was the name of that person? I don't remember. The previous winner that was drawn off stream. You can reach out
Original
to me.
Zerno.
Oh, Zerno, original Zerno.
Yeah, he's here.
On Twitch or on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, you can bank contact to reach out to me. If you're not on Twitch, you can come to our Discord. There is the link in the description of the YouTube chat. And Printed Vision, you're not here, unfortunately, so let me draw another one. How hype it is, the giveaway on the Polymaker.
I sometimes I forget. It's been like 15 minutes after I said I was going to. Ultra.
Ultra is still there. Are you still listening to us? Sorry I'm late. No, don't worry.
You're just on time. We're about halfway through. It's been about only 3 hours.
Yeah, original Zerno. Okay, great. Reach out to me on Discord then. Everything plus Ultra. Are you here? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, Everything plus Ultra. We're gonna draw a new one. Sorry, I'm going fast. I'm going fast because is late. Yeah, the new week.
Yeah, you got to go make some more filament. Ooh.
Joel Finn, are you here? Joel Finn, quick, from YouTube. Joel Finn from YouTube. Oh, are you on Twitch, Grant, or you only?
I'm on both. I'm looking at both.
Okay. Yeah, you're here from YouTube. Congratulations.
Hey.
I got two screens, man. So I got YouTube
I know,
and Twitch.
I got to moderate both sides. Hey, and we have a raid from Disc 105. Welcome on in. You just missed
What's
the
up,
giveaways, but
Raiders?
you can stay for Florida Man.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do one more just to finish the video. I have to present everything again, so let me stop that. Welcome in. Is that the third?
You should refresh it so that people aren't gonna, because people come and leave in the 3-hour span.
Oh yeah. Let me refresh that. And yeah, you know when you stream too long, when you start to be raided too many times.
Yeah. Yeah. When you're that last person who's online, like, oh my god, I have to raid this person.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
There's no one online when I raid out. It's like I raid Maker Tech or Amish Ace. It's like one of those two.
So I hope you had a good stream, Disc 105. Oh, thank you for following at the same time after raiding. I didn't know you could not follow the channels. That's interesting.
You can raid random people. That's a good way for people to find new channels on Twitch.
Cool. So thank you for coming to the stream. I don't know if that's the first time you come on the Printbusters, but welcome everyone.
Video bus. This is Review the Reviewer, actually.
Yeah, it's kind of review. Yeah, it's like
And not feel as though.
Oh, first time here. Oh, welcome in. Are you in the 3D printing community? What are you streaming about?
They're going to get yelled at or made fun of, because I want people to understand that these mistakes happen to everybody. Heck, I get things wrong and people call me out in the comments. I'm going to call out Baloo because Baloo is awesome and constantly will call me out on the things I get wrong. And you are awesome, sir, because you do it in a really, really great way. I always make sure that your comments are pinned when I can, because that is awesome to me, that someone is there basically checking me to do things like where Tom Sadlatterer is saying that he's not going to be looking at a company because he received hate on their videos, and someone says, wow, that's embarrassing. I mean, embarrassing for Thomas Sadlatterer. There are so many Chinese 3D printing vendors that give a shit what the community thinks and don't care about safety concerns. This company has always reacted and cared about the things that have been brought up to the community. No reason to do such a piss poor move. And there are people saying, please keep the comments constructive. That last line is not needed and part of the toxicity being described.
Please keep the comment constructive. That last line is not needed. What was the last time? No reason to do such. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it said if you wanted to, no reason to do such a dick move.
Yeah. Well, most of the comment was okay, but yeah, maybe the last part.
Literally, that's what it was, right? You know, it was that last line that went from constructive criticism to, well, toxicity.
Yeah. That's true. Oh, you are in the MakerDeck group. Oh, okay, cool.
What is MakerDeck?
I'm so happy MakerDeck is making people discovering 3D printing.
It's great.
It's nice.
They have good merch too. That Fix 'em Dude guy. This Sunday, they're interviewing Fix 'em Dude. Face reveal. Make sure to join.
Hey, the Mitch 22.
At the same time.
I'm not toxic.
You should come on in.
I'll be streaming at the same time.
Okay, check out Grant. Check out Grant too. Have like 2 monitors.
Disagree with someone based on their own merits and say, you know, I disagree.
Grant, he's talking.
Agree with you. Okay, cool. Hey, you know, actually, I disagree with it. Here's where the company responded. But hey, you're entitled to your own opinion. Every time that we've made a video talking about Bamboo, I've received a lot of hate. And this happens every time a new company comes out, right? When Voron was new, they had this problem. When Creality was new, they had this problem. Bamboo was new, they're having this problem. When Prusa was new, they had this problem. So why don't we start self-policing? We have people that are doing this, and I am so thankful. But it doesn't mean that we can just write it off and say, meh, it's fine. When someone says, meh, I survived the late 90s and early aughts chat rooms. What people call toxic today was child's play back then. And while you're technically not wrong, I mean, geez, just go spend some time in a Modern Warfare 2 lobby and see how many 12-year-olds say they had a wonderful time with your mother last night. That does not mean that what is going on is okay. And as a well-respected member of this community says, this is probably the wrong attitude. Harassment is harassment. Dismissing and allowing it is dangerous. Dismissing it because you think you've seen worse is even worse than that. 100% I agree. That's a hell of an opinion. And he put it in a way that is constructive. He said, this is the wrong attitude. A problem is a problem. Dismissing is not good. And dismissing it because you've seen worse is really exacerbating the problem.
What's your view on that, Grant? Do you think when there is a bad message, do you think it's better to ignore it so that you don't give it more, let's say, future talk? Or do you think it has to be responded?
It's a little bit of both, right? So if you're not going to respond constructively, then don't say anything at all. But if we let the hate occur without anyone ever stepping up, that's what's called the bystander effect, where everybody sees a problem, but nobody is willing to take the first step to change it. So instead they become a bystander. And it's a huge issue in things like car crashes, house fires, when people get injured, because everyone else is assuming somebody else is going to step up. So when you get training for, an EMT or emergency medical technician and nursing and all of that, they say, if you come up to an accident site and somebody's injured, take command, start issuing orders to people, be stern, but make sure that they're doing their jobs. Because if you say somebody call emergency services, no one might actually call them. You say, you over there, call emergency services now. They're now compelled to make that move. And if we ignore the people that are being bad, then okay, they might be doing it because they want that reaction. But they also might be doing it because they legitimately feel some type of way. And if we can have a productive discourse with them and look at realigning expectations and realigning some verbiage, then we go from someone who has been unproductive and problematic to someone that is now producing proper criticisms in a way that is constructive and not rude anymore.
Yeah, because some people are afraid that they will make things worse by answering. So I guess the skill of answering a bad comment with a comment that's gonna bring it towards a different direction is the part that is hard, right? So you have to answer in a way that is not gonna drive it worse, basically.
Yep. Yeah, you kind of have to know how to if you don't have good training in de-escalation, don't do it. So if you're a police officer in the United States, don't reply. That's a bad joke, Grant. That's a bad joke. Okay. But no, you got to understand de-escalation techniques and what that looks like. If you just go in there and say, you're wrong, and that's the only reply, that's going to be a problem and only set the upset person off. Like, the worst thing you can do when your significant other is upset is say, why don't you just calm down? Right? That is an absolute way to end up in the hospital. So, don't do that. But similarly, don't do that to someone you've never met, right? If you see someone that's yelling and screaming like a child and you tell them to stop yelling and screaming like a child, while you're not technically wrong, that's not going to solve the problem. That's just going to make it worse.
Yeah. Understood.
And allowing the hate.
Sorry, I thought it was you talking when I on the video, so I stopped the video.
I should just randomly start talking like I'm talking just to mess with you guys. That is the perfect response to someone that says, I've seen worse. What if you didn't? What if this is your first time in a community and this is what you see? Is that going to make you feel good? Is that going to make you get all the...
I was just typing that the best way to calm someone down is to tell them to calm down. I think I'm more agree
Never
with
tell your wife to calm down. Never do it.
Never tell your significant other to calm down unless you are looking to get physically harmed.
Warm fuzzies that you want.
Pet
one?
Save Us says it great. Never criticize the person, criticize the behavior.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Want to feel? No! You're going to nope out of there so fast, we're going to see dust coming off of your feet as you're running away. People look at content creators and expect us to be objective. And while we do our best, subjectivity is not just okay, it should be expected. We want to present you guys the facts. We want to provide our opinion. We want to present further facts, provide an opinion, and then end the video. An individual here says, I used to watch his videos, but haven't felt he was remotely objective in his opinions for a long time. Objective and opinions are completely different things. Opinions by nature are subjective, and it's okay to have them. The problem with a YouTuber coming out with a statement like this is that it casts a shadow over the company he's complaining about, whether it's valid or not. And while that is accurate, I don't see many people, at least that I respect, coming out with statements like that don't have evidence to back it up and that aren't doing it just to stir a pot. If you do see someone being toxic, take a minute, step back, and think of a good way to respond to them that doesn't feed into the toxicity, but does a good job of calling it out objectively before you start typing rigorously. What I've always done when I'm upset, I'll write out my comment, I'll go take a break, 15, 20 minutes, clear my head, and then I'll come back to it and realize I was probably replying in the heat of the moment. And
that happened to me also. I usually try to not answer directly, because I will usually not answer the same thing 1 minute after and 3 hours after. So I think it's a very good advice to do that.
And I should edit this way down, like we edit our video.
Usually what I do when we have this type of issue is I try to first understand the point of view of that person that just wrote the comment, right? What exactly he wanted to do, what he wanted to say, and then trying to put it in a positive way and try to go along the same line and steering that line towards a better way of saying what he wanted to say. So I try to never go against a comment that was considered as negative. I try to help reformulate that comment in a better way, because usually they always meant something that it's fair, but they usually maybe not say it in the best way. So that's what I usually do. The raw footage of this video is 59 minutes long. You're welcome. Oh,
yeah.
What did he?
The raw recording of this video, no editing, is 59 minutes long, and we cut it down to 24 minutes. So
Don't worry, we just elongated down to up to 4 hours. So
yeah, Patreon members always get as close to unedited as we are comfortable with. Like, we'll still remove the times where Grant's brain has to catch up to Grant's mouth. We'll remove the times where the cat. Well, sometimes we leave the cat interactions in. Actually, if you like seeing the cat, watch Friday's video, because there's some great cat interactions in that video. But we want to give the Patreon members, people that support us financially, some extra stuff, and that often is crazy unedited, content. Like East Coast Rep Rap Festival videos, the main channel video was like 40 minutes long. The Patreon edit was over 3 hours. So they got to see a lot more.
Well, if you guys want to see more about this type of video, then you should definitely check out 3D Musketeers, I guess is the name of the Patreon as well, right? 3D Musketeer. 3D Musketeer Patreon.
Lying in the heat of the moment. And I should edit this way down, like we edit our videos. And the Patreon members get unedited cuts. They get to see a lot of things you guys don't. I really have been mulling over these past couple of months some of the hate that I've seen in this industry, and maybe some of it that I've unfortunately kind of caused. While I've brought light to issues, I've also done it in my own way, which is, well, to get emotional about it, because I am emotional. I know, a guy with emotions, crazy. We do our best to edit some of these Grant rants down to a point where it is succinct, but still gives you guys the idea of what I'm feeling. Live streams, we don't edit, so you get to kind of see it raw. And I will tell you, after 4 hours of being live trying to fix something, my inhibitions are gone, and I'm just trying to get work done. And people hating in the comments and all that, you're just gonna set me off. That wasn't right. To kind of sum this up, I think we're all kind of guilty.
Did you get a little bit angry in that stream, or
Yeah, I did. Toward the end, I was just like, people that were coming in that were being just hateful, I was flipping them off. Because like I am sitting here pounding my head against the wall, dealing with this bamboo that just was not having any of my crap. And then there are people that have the audacity to come in and question my ethics. Yeah, I got out of hand. And the mods reeled it in. They're like, Grant, pay attention to what you're doing. Because they all have like my private Discord handle and all that. So they know how to reach me. They're like, shut up. Keep doing your job. We'll take care of the chat. I'm like, okay. yes, mods.
I think the one that I remember was, I think Tom, he had a stream. It was a long time ago, but it was about something, I think a laser engraver or something like this, and it was not working, and he tried his best. And I think people in the chat were saying, you don't check this or check this, it's just there, you have to do that. And I think he just shut down the stream, I think, or something like this, if I remember well.
It's
and
very frustrating trying to get
as a
stuff
content
through chat.
creator, so it's tough as it is. Like I paint with a broad brush when I say the vast majority of makers have ADHD. They are neurodiverse, and that's okay. I am diagnosed with it, and I deal with it my own ways. And I know that a lot of people deal with it their own ways too. But when I'm trying to not only focus on fixing a printer, also paying attention to a chat, and that particular stream was also just an AMA, just ask me whatever people wanted. It's like we people asking about my interaction with Snoop Dogg, because Snoop is a client, and what that was all like. And there are people that are coming in that have not watched the entire stream and are just in there to just be hateful and harmful to the chat and to the sanctity of the stream. And at some point I forget sometimes that we're live, and I'll just start cussing at people. I do my best to like rein in the potty mouth when I'm streaming, because we've been specifically asked to do it, because there are parents that want to expose their kids to this, and if I'm cussing a lot, there's an issue with that. So I try to be more, PC. What's that? Politically correct. There it is.
Politically correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I try to do the same. For me, it's a little bit easier because my parents were super strict about how to talk. So even me saying the word, I cannot, even when I read, I cannot say the word, just because I don't know, I've been traumatized to not say this type of word. So it's a little bit easier. But Medic is saying, I'll admit I didn't say anything, but I came in on that stream and got a bad taste in my mouth. However, I didn't think much of it, but this stream has helped me like you a bit more.
That stream went off the rails pretty quick, as I just kept hitting wall after wall after problem, trying to just do basic maintenance on this printer. I just got more and more frustrated, because not only am I supposed to be the one that is entertaining people, I'm also looked at as, an expert. And if the expert is struggling, is he an idiot? Like, I am self-conscious about the way that people will perceive me. And sometimes that means I probably say things I shouldn't, but I'm honest about it, right? Even toward the end of that stream, when the benchies were failing, I'm just like, God, this sucks. Everything about this sucks. Because for a lot of people, that was their first time seeing the channel. Some people love it. Some people love the Grant rants. They're here for it. But a lot of people don't. It's not their cup of tea. And if it's not their cup of tea, no problem. There's the door. But I am someone who isn't going to temper their emotions all that much for some reason. I want people to see it reasonably raw.
Yeah. And I understand what you mean, Medic, when you say like more. I think when you see someone without, not a mask, but when you see raw emotion, you feel like, oh, that's the actual person. And maybe you connect more with someone that has raw emotion. So maybe that's the reason you had that feeling. You're seeing that person raw, not like naked out of anything, and then maybe that's that makes you more connected.
You gotta
mean,
give people multiple chances too. You can't just look at someone like when they're at their, at their worst, and then say that's them as a person. You have to give them
Yeah.
opportunities to show themselves at different
and
levels.
Disturb Medic is, said that is a fair thing to think and worry about. I also think as a YouTuber, you have a bit of a chip on your shoulder that can be good or bad. And you're not wrong. I mean, to be clear, you guys never, I think there was only one time that you ever saw me walk with my cane on camera. We deliberately edited out every single time I needed to walk on camera because I had a cane, and I was self-conscious about in my 30s needing a cane so I don't fall over, right? And for a long time, I didn't use one where I really needed to use one. And, like I finally like, all right, screw it. And then randomly in the video of visiting Printed Solid, you guys see me dance for the first time on camera. Was a semi-professional dancer. I've danced on battleships, which is a really cool thing. I've danced on battleship. That's just a cool thing.
What?
Yeah. And I met Amber dancing. That's how we met. We met dancing. So for all of you out there that think you come from a long line of white dudes that can't dance, that's me. My father cannot dance to save his life. I figured it out, so you all can too. But, do I have a chip on my shoulder? I don't know. I mean, maybe a little bit, but there has to be a bit of a healthy bit of a chip, right? It is my show, and if I don't like something, I'm gonna get rid of it. That's a chip, I think. But otherwise, I try to remain as real as possible. So a lot of times to my detriment, right? It means that I'm incredibly polarizing and not a one size fits all YouTuber.
I've seen. I'll be honest. The authenticity is the reason I like Grant as a YouTuber. Nice. Everyone showing raw emotion in the chat is toxic and needs correction, though. Seems a little of a double standard. That's a good question. Like, let's think a little bit about it.
Difference between
that's the reason
You have to
why.
define what
what
raw
the-
emotion means,
Right.
Right. If I'm telling someone that's coming in calling me the
Let's
word that is a bundle of
There's-
sticks, I am
just-
allowed to tell them where they can go. I'm allowed to tell them how they can get there, and I'm allowed to give them the bird. I can say whatever I want because at that point they're spouting hate speech.
Once, sorry, I just drank too much water, and I think it's been for too long, so I just need to
Go ahead. Zombie and I got this. You're good.
Yeah, we got this. We only know you're okay. He's just gone.
Yeah, and Kevin is saying he didn't know my chat. He didn't see the chat, to be fair, and that's fine, right? And you can go back and watch video 6.5 hours of me riding the struggle bus. So if you would like to watch me struggle for 6.5 hours, go ahead and enjoy it. You'll love it. But you'll see as I go through, I get more and more frustrated. Should I have walked away? I absolutely should have walked away. But man, I was really stubborn and said, I want to get this thing fixed. Because if I walk away, I'm going to catch a lot of hate from people that said I didn't give it the fair shot. And then eventually it was like, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's finish it out.
Yeah.
Mark said that they were there for 5.75 hours out of the 6, and there were some trolls that definitely were looking to get the rough response they got. It was a very fluid audience that day, and Grant reflected what was happening in chat, good and bad. I thought it would have been unwatchable had it been as measured as Zombie Hedgehog for 6 hours. Doing the should have been simple repairs would have made the stream unwatchable. I mean, yeah, that's fair. And as Disturb Medic says, it is a lose-lose. I definitely could have reacted better, but yeah, at some point, we're just gonna send it.
I honestly, in terms of just the whole trying to get stuff done on stream, because as the part of ADHD, kind of, if you don't get it completed, it kind of like your brain. It's not that you can't do it.
Austin, let's not talk about how many unfinished projects we have. we're not about that life here.
I'm working on a project on stream. It's fine. We're getting some stuff done.
That's your accountability. That's your accountability buddy, right? That's the stream. Because so you're forcing yourself to work on it during the stream.
Exactly. Yeah. You got it now. I do all my major projects on stream, which sucks because I have some I'm doing like not private, but beta testing for stuff. And it's a lot less motivating to do it off stream versus on stream.
Yep.
Uh,
Yep.
But
Yeah.
what was I saying? Oh yeah, so what I was saying was sometimes it is best though to not carry on, to actually call it quits. Okay, I'm probably not going to make
should've.
significant progress on this. I should just stop
probably
it.
should have. But,
I set
you
a
know,
hard limit for myself streaming to about 1 o'clock now, just because after that my brain just turns to mush and it's clear.
After about 3 hours, I should probably stop streaming. If I'm streaming for more than 3 hours, yeah, it's like it's a sensory overload, right?
Mm.
And it's like if I can sit back and take a drink or have an adult beverage or just relax for a second and
See?
then come back to the stream, fine. But it's like I have to recharge my social batteries.
But
yeah.
usually for me, I stream as long as, like, if I start watching the time, then it means either I'm running out of things to say or I don't feel like to stream. It's really like a feeling. Like sometimes I could arrive, like I talk, then I watch the clock. Oh, it's 4 hours already. Especially Printbusters stream, right?
Yeah.
But I usually try to not stream if somehow there is no feeling anymore. Like there's the chat is not particularly into that topic, and then we kind of reach the end of the science of that particular phenomenon. Then it's just time to stop. So
We've got a
I
good
think-
group of people though, and
Hmm.
we have a great Patreon Discord. It is gated behind the $10 tier, but that's literally to keep haters out. The haters are not going to spend $10 to get kicked from a Discord. Okay,
Already they will.
fine. Go ahead, spend the $10. I'll kick you from the Discord. I don't care.
Right.
I should time out. I should time you out, Zombie, just out of principle. No.
Yeah.
We have a lot of good people, and we have an awesome community that is just there to help people. And maybe one day we'll have a public area, but for right now, we don't have the moderation that we need, so I gotta gate it a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I just do stuff on the Playmaker Discord, because it's all the same content that I would have on a Discord, and I work so hard to try to make sure the Discord kind of stays afloat and working at its max potential. So I don't want to allocate those resources to my private Discord, well, public, private, whatever.
Yeah, you both have the same. You have Discord for Patreon, right?
My Discord's only $3.
I got bills to pay. I got a team to pay, man.
I got printers to build. These things aren't cheap. Oh my god.
I will promise you that people are more expensive than printers. As someone that has expensive printers, every one of my staff costs more than my printers.
Madcat USA, my boss gave us a great metaphor once. Introverts start the day with a full bag of coins, and every interaction they give a coin away. Extroverts start out with an empty bag, and every interaction they get a coin. We are done when the bag is full or empty.
I think that's a great metaphor. But I have qualities of both introverts and extroverts, right? I can get into a room and present, no big deal. But after that presentation, I got to go wind down. Like after that long stream, I literally came inside because my streaming set where I stand is in my garage. So I came inside and I hopped on to the Discord. I hopped onto to our Patreon Discord and just sat there in silence. And a few other people came in and we were just hanging out, chatting, just, the normal BSing as you do. And I'm like, oh, good. All right. I am finally coming back down to earth. Right. Because those that don't do streaming or content creation don't understand the amount of effort that it takes. It is so difficult.
It's it's mentally draining.
Oh yeah. I can have a 3-hour phone conversation and think nothing of it. Streaming for 3 hours, I need a massage and an adult beverage. And I don't drink, to be clear.
Okay, we have, my experience is slightly different with live streaming. I personally don't do videos because it's way too much work. Like even just 1 minute video, it's like, hours of work, right? I do live streaming because I just feel like it's just day to day. I may have a slightly different experience. I I don't feel so much effort. Actually, is for me, live streaming is relieving. It's kind of the opposite because I
It's
have
both.
my full-time work, and then I come on the live stream, and then I just relax with people. Share some topics I like, and then do
Yeah,
some research, etc. So it's slightly
streaming's a
different.
hobby for you where I've turned it into a business, and it is
Mm.
also an extension of my business. So I am working all day, then I film content that is about the work that I do, and then I stream about the work. I work a lot. And yeah, there's a massive problem with work-life balance, and I don't want to get into that today, but it is something that a lot of makers will struggle with at some point when they do want to turn that hobby into a job. That switch from I do it because I enjoy it to I do it because I need it to pay the bills is a
Mm.
tough one. It's a really, really tough one. But I love streaming. It's a lot of fun for me. But yeah, it's taxing after a long time, especially when I do it alone. Like in a group like this, right? I can sit back, let you guys talk and recharge a little bit. I can take a drink of water. But when I'm doing it myself and I'm running the switchboard, I'm running, I'm looking at chat, I'm making sure I'm not missing things. Anytime someone gives any money, donations, I got to make sure I call it out. It's like 9 or 10 different things at once, and I have to be hyper aware of every one of them. It's like overclocking your brain for a little bit. It gets too hot and you got to let it cool down. If that makes sense.
And I do sometimes have this when we do Printbusters, for example, and there's too many information. Like we arrive at a point, and I just literally say on stream, like, "Okay, guys, let's finish. My brain is liquefied. We have to finish. I cannot think anymore." So I kind of understand that as well. And I think hobby and business, even if it's a hobby, we tend to try to have a schedule. So there will always be some moment where you're very happy to start the stream, and some moment where it's my schedule. There is always be some type of things like this. So and people can feel that, okay, today it's more a mood of a super good mood, and today is okay, that's the schedule and something like this. So I guess it happened to everyone. That's my guess. Okay, great. Shall we continue a little bit? I think we have 4 minutes left.
All right, another hour. Let's go. Whether you think you're innocent or not, I think to some extent, every single one of us has somehow contributed to some level of toxicity in this industry.
Zombie, what did you do to make the community toxic? Is there any
what did I do
that you regret?
I regret? Let's see. One thing that you don't realize when you get into streaming is your supporters and sponsors. The second that you're now supported by a sponsor and that you talk about them, you're suddenly how do you say it? But you're
financially motivated.
Right, you're financially motivated, and people see you negative talking about a specific company that you're involved with, which is pretty interesting. So people have found that kind of wrong. It's still something weird, and I'm still trying to get over that. But yeah, I guess doing that.
Well, and that's why if we're going to take on a sponsor, I need to believe in them, right? I need to love, like, I'll call out one of the companies because I don't care. I'm calling one of the companies that I've reached out to is Diamondback. They make the diamond nozzles. I love their product. Love it. Absolutely love it. I would gladly take money from them to talk about their product because it's a nozzle made of diamonds. It's so cool. To be clear, I've never paid for any of them. My buddy sent me my first one. I made a Tommy Boy joke in my video. They apparently love Tommy Boy and then just sent me their entire catalog of nozzles. It's pretty cool. But, they're good guys, right? We were at Earth, and it was Matt Stoltz's talk. It finishes, and I'm getting up to walk away, and someone just screams, "Grant!" I'm looking around like, oh God, we're about to get into a fist fight, and it's the guys from Diamondback. And we get a picture with them. They're such good people, and they have one of the most interesting podcast episodes that we've ever had. And as Super Carolyn says the only diamond a girl needs. I made a joke about that in the video. I printed a ring that the nozzle fit into, and to this day we joke that one of my good male friends got me a diamond before Amber did.
Two diamond bag. Oh, diamond bag. Yeah.
I would take money for them. They also sent me this cool kit with like multiple carats of diamonds in it, which is so cool. Like here,
I think I
that's
might
a
need one
5-carat slug of diamond.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Omaha 3D Print. Today's 3D Musketeers video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legend. They pay a lot of money, but if they're ever
I'm sick of their requests now. It's like annoying.
Well, if there ever is a sponsor that I'm unsure of, we will go to our Patreon Discord, and I'll put it to a poll. If people say no, we don't want that one, then hey, we don't use them. If they say yeah, go ahead, we'll go for it. I'm fine with all of those things. I don't want something that challenges ethics of people or morals of people. And if the vast majority of people disagree about this sponsor and I'm unsure of it, then we're going to say no.
That's actually a good topic. Do you think majority should drive decision? Is majority always right, or?
I think your audience should help drive your decision.
Exactly. And the Patreon Discord is full of our audience. And these are people that are fans, super fans even.
Right. The people that you want as your audience. That's the more important thing. Not just random people that watch, but people who will watch and people you want watching your content.
Yep.
Have a good night, Matt. I feel like the last video, we all said, "Hey, I'll take that money," and then you told us there is no money offered. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So, do you guys prefer sponsored, like a 20-second advertisement ad during the video, and then you do whatever you want with the rest of the video, or you prefer the whole video to be about that particular sponsored, or what type of sponsorship?
We kind of talked about that, right? I think the best integration is one of those, like at the beginning, just your little ad segment, like this stream is sponsored by 3D Musketeers. Like that's a good ad spot.
Yeah, it also depends. Like Ivan Miranda is someone who Polymaker supports, and he does an amazing job of integrating the Polymaker advertisements into his videos. He does a great job of doing it, and I think that's great, right? That is exactly what I would want to see. If somebody is going to do an integration for like a Raid Shadow Legends, right, a popular mobile game that they pay, like my size content creator could make around $1,000 for a 30-second ad with them. To be clear, like that is a monumental amount of money for 30 seconds of my life. And we all might say, you know what? Yeah. And the rest of the video, make fun of them. Because they just pay insane amounts of money. But,
and if the whole video is about them, then it's a showcase, or it's
and there's more money involved in that, right? If I want to do an entire video showcasing a product, that costs way more money than a 30 to 60 second ad integration. It's about how much airtime you get. And when companies look at it, this is the thing with influencer marketing. As much as I hate the word influencer, it is the most affordable way to do marketing, because these content creators, no matter what platform they're on, know exactly what their target audience is, because I have an analytics tab that tells me everything about my analytics and metrics that I need to see. That's what I care about.
PTSD. I swear to God.
What is that noise?
It's
Teams. I just
it's Teams.
like work.
Okay.
Yeah.
But and then when companies come at us to do these ad integrations, we say, all right, our audience is about 27% female. The rest of it is male. The age range is most between 18 and 45. That is our actual metrics for the channel. And if you are a company that is going after tech geeks in that age range, with that demographic range and that, geographic location, that is literally the cheapest form of marketing that you can do. If it's $300 for a 30-second ad integration, and you're going to get 1,000 people that are your exact target audience, that is the cheapest money that you can spend because you're going to get better conversions. So you'll go from the average like commercial on television is sub 0.1% because there millions of people are seeing it. Fractions of percentages are going after it. But if you have a small YouTuber, a micro influencer, if you will, that has 1,000 views on a video, that might be more valuable than somebody like, you know, a Linus Tech Tips that gets millions of views because their audience is so hyper focused on certain things, they're more likely to buy that content. And it is all a business strategy. Maybe I should make this a podcast topic because I can really go into the weeds about marketing with influencers and why companies choose to do it and why we're seeing traditional advertising go to the wayside where, you know, the Kylie Jenner, one of the Jenner sisters, right? Is that who I'm thinking of? Kardashian is who I'm thinking of. That to get a mention in a Kardashian Instagram post is $1 million. $1 million. But if you have a fan base full of disciples that will buy whatever you tell them to buy, that is the easiest $1 million a company can spend because the return on the investment is obvious. It is easy. It is calculable. It is exactly what a company wants. It's not just tossing money into the wind on a billboard and hoping people see it and call you. You are getting focused.
LTT has it easy. They make their own products that they like, that their audience also likes, and then they advertise it to that audience.
And similarly, like how Linus Tech Tips has LTTstore.com. I own LTT store.com. I also own LTT store.com. And we will be using them for stupid ad integrations on our page. I also own 3dmstore.com, which is where our merch will be whenever the hell I get around to finishing. Now, there's a lot of irons in fires because diversification of revenue streams. I'm getting way too deep into the weeds of business.
4 minutes. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's get back into it.
Maybe just one quick question for let's say your size of as an influencer. Like, do you receive a lot of company requests, or like once a week, couple of week, or?
I don't, and I know that is not the norm.
You're kind of
at my size, I should be getting more than we get, but it's because I firmly believe companies are afraid of the things that I could say. And
you're not.
I'm not Joel Telling. I'm not Angus. I'm not Stefan. I'm not them, and I'm okay with that. I don't want to be them. There's a company that makes. Well, I mean, I'll say it. I don't care. There's the new Falcon laser from Creality, the 22-watt laser. That one came across my desk, but it's the Falcon 2 from Creality. I'm concerned that I can't do it in a way where I can properly talk about the dangers of laser safety. But nonetheless,
is it just an open laser?
Yeah, it is. It's an open laser, and it would be really cool to have one because it says it can adjust color of stainless steel, so it can selectively blue stainless, which is cool. But you know, do I want to do a review of that knowing that some people will buy it and not adequately protect themselves and end up potentially going blind because of it?
Right.
Okay. Interesting. So it means people, company do check a little bit the influencer before sending, because I did receive some copy paste. I mean, definitely they didn't check because otherwise they wouldn't send. But filament company that reached out to me, they wanted me to do some filament review. I mean, they definitely
do that.
That's one that I don't get. King Rune was the only company, and I think that was because of Zombie. I don't get companies reaching out for filament, which is fine. I've got plenty of it. I don't need more. So that's not that big of a deal. But certainly if there was a really cool project, like I want to do a belt printed RC airplane so bad. And I have been like trying to get idea makers' attention, and Senpai does not notice me. I have tried. They do not, if they've seen it, they don't care. You know, but I'm like, that would be so cool to do a belt printed RC airplane where the wing is one piece, the fuselage is another piece, and they just fit together. It'd be so cool. Out of probably polymaker lightweight, filament.
That would be cool.
Max.
It'd be really cool, but I don't want to do that on a regular FDM printer because that's not as cool as doing it on a belt printer. Because that's a legitimate use of printer. Liz says I need more. Liz, there is 96 kilograms on the shelf behind me. So those shelves back there hold 96 kilograms. Idea former. Yeah, I said idea maker, idea former.
I guess it's like their software.
I am looking at least another 100 kilograms. I have well over 200 kilograms of filament here. I am okay at the moment. I got to burn through my stock first. But if there is a company that wants to do a project like that, I love the idea of a sponsored project. Where filament manufacturer would provide the filament. Maybe there is some money exchange, and then when the part is done, it goes to that company for them to use in advertising. That would be cool.
I know Printing does that.
I would really like to do that. Cool. Let's we're almost there. We are in the part conclusion and outro. So it's fine.
We're almost there. Does that make you a bad person? No, it doesn't. It makes you human. But if we can look back and say, man, I probably could have said that a little bit different. And you go back and you make an edit and you mark and state that this is my edit, then you're doing right about it. Making a mistake by posting something in jest or saying something in jest happens. But getting out there and getting in front of it and saying, I was pissed at the time. I was wrong and I'm sorry. It's a big deal. And if we as people can't learn to be humble and understand that we're not always going to be right, then we're just as guilty as the person next to us. If we keep open minds in a conversation and move toward a path of understanding, we have a community that is like, yo, who wants to make cool stuff? Come on in and let's make cool stuff together. That's what I love about this industry. We make cool stuff together. And I want to start sharing some of that cool stuff with you guys. But this is one of those videos that I've wanted to make for a while. I've had some moments recently where I'm like lost for what video to make. And this one, when it came up, I was very passionate about it, so I wanted to make it. Will it resonate with our audience? I don't know. Will it resonate with...
Did it? What was the response from that video that you got so far?
Overwhelmingly positive. The community, there's an outpouring of support for it. There's some really hardcore haters in there, and every one of the hate comments I have put in underneath the original Twitter post saying, I don't know if they understand how palatable the irony is here, but being toxic in the comments of a video that is talking about toxicity only further proves my point. It doesn't prove your point, it proves mine.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, which is good then if you had a more positive.
Yeah, the comments are great. And actually here, I'll check analytics on that video. That video has 360 comments, 4,614 views, has gained us 77 subscribers. And here, if people really want to know how rough it is, 4,600 views has resulted in $21. $21. That's it. Yeah. That's it. It sucks, but that's the way it is. And that's why, unless you're a really, really big content creator, it's a money pit to be a content creator. This video has a 94% like ratio, 400 likes, 23 dislikes. Because you can't see dislikes on YouTube anymore. But yeah, so crazy.
Good night, Traxman. Good night. Thank you for it was a good conversation, which is arriving at the end. Sorry for being so long.
If you've watched, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it going long. This far, it probably has. So
yeah, that's true. $21 is a spool of filament. There you go. One video, one spool of filament.
Great. The $300 in production cost that I have for it. I'll buy a spool of filament though. So leave a like if you haven't yet, and get subscribed. This is your kind of thing. And maybe
that's
this
fair.
is the natural motion of this industry, the cyclical up and down nature that we see. But if we can act as compressors and literally move these waves closer to the middle and attenuate the noise, then we can allow people to see clearly when the rain is gone and be able to see all.
Oh, it was. Is it the video?
Yeah, no, that's the video. That's the video.
Sorry.
It's a song. You can see clearly
Okay,
now
okay.
the rain is gone, and I said can see all the obstacles in our way, and we cut that out and put the song in there because it's funny. You're fine. And I believe that together we can make this happen. It takes a conscious effort from everybody, including this cat. She has to learn to love too. I love this community and I don't want to see it die. But the fact that I have to start removing myself from certain communities because I'm literally being targeted for hate is getting a little old. And if you were in my shoes, you'd feel the same way too. I want you guys to comment below for me. What do you believe we can do to build a more inclusive and welcoming community? Because I want to work toward it. And whether that is we create our own subreddit or whatever it might be, or we look at presenting a set of rules that we can go to new companies and say, hey, this is a proven method that we know works. Here are moderators that can help you with your transition as you build your own. They can help train people. There's something to help with moderating problem people and just keeping in the ones that are good. But I'd love to know your thoughts because I know I'm not alone in this. And I know I'm not the only one that's seen these problems. I don't care what team you're on. We're all on team 3D printing and team making awesome. So let's make awesome by first helping the person next to you, whether that's the person above or below you in comments or literally the thing next to you. I know a lot of you have it in you. I know a lot of you are already doing it. Quite frankly, if you made it this far, this video probably doesn't apply to you anyways. But hey, thanks for what you're doing. Thanks for watching. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. And as always, keep making awesome. Have a good one. We've got a...
We finished. Yeah, that was a really nice video, and I mean I didn't go through the comments, but I hope there were some good ideas to go forward with that. And I don't know, how about in your community, like saying your community meaning people that are watching your content and interacting with content. Is there any particular action you are taking to make sure that you keep it friendly and welcoming? Or how do you do personally for your community?
We really don't have that many issues, right? So I like to believe that we are not a unique community. We are a subset of a subset of a subset of a community, right?
Mhm.
We're just a firmly refined target audience, right? And you know, am I allowed to like make minor cussing on a stream? Is that okay? Can we do that? Or no?
You have to
Yeah,
ask.
I want to make sure it's not my stream.
I think there's always some other words that can be used, right, to explain.
Okay, I can. So there are some rules, right? And there are two unique rules that I believe if we abide by them, we as a people will be fine. Rule number one is don't be a jerk. And I'm going to normally say a word with a D. And rule number two is if you're going to be a jerk, be a big one. And you never abide by rule number two unless somebody else starts at you with rule number two. These are literally my dad's rules for being a human. You gotta have that rule number one first of don't be a jerk, be kind to others, treat others with respect. But if someone comes at you with just anger and frustration, don't sit there and take it, right? You got to make sure that you're going to defend yourself and stick up for yourself. And that's exactly the way that we do it. You know, people that are problem actors, we call them out. You know, there were quite a few comments that were just incredibly derogatory. Someone put on one of them, safe space, check your testosterone. And I said, seriously, what are you trying to accomplish by this? Someone called me a woke leftist. I said, what are you all trying to accomplish by this? What is your end goal? Are you trying to make me upset? Are you trying to prove a point that this industry is more toxic than even I thought it was? Because if you're not trying to do the second one, you're failing. And one of those people so far, I've had a pretty productive discourse with. So great. The other ones, absolutely terrible. And if they're all on kind of like strike. If they do one more level of hate speech for me, I'm just going to hide them from the channel. And that's a button that I get to click. The mods get to click it too. And that means that the person will see their comments, but literally nobody else will. I won't see them. Normal people won't see them. It is just them. They are the only ones that can see their comments, and it is amazing.
Okay. And wouldn't that second rule does that create additional issues sometimes? Like, does that escalate if you have something that is being not nice and then you respond with the same negative energy? Would that go in the wrong way sometimes?
It definitely can. But if someone's already coming at you aggressively, trying to give them a hug is not always the right answer, right? Rule number 2 is an absolute last-ditch effort. Try to be as nice as you possibly can. Kill them with kindness if you got to. But again, you abide by rule number 1 until rule number 1 is no longer an option. If rule number 2 is the only option, take it. But you better understand that those actions have consequences.
Okay. Understood. How about you?
It's worked well. I don't have a speeding ticket, let alone any, any convictions for crimes. I've never been arrested or anything like that. So clearly it works to some extent.
The laws are a lot less intense in Florida though. So
yeah, that's fair.
Zombie, do you do anything particular on your Discord to avoid this type of issues, or?
Gating the Discord. That's the best way
to
do it.
It's technically public. I can just invite people, but regardless, I just choose to not engage with the people that I find that would harass me or that I would find oppose or would negatively impact me. A lot of times it's not worth my time. I can just quite honestly ignore the talk. Like, okay, sure, I read it and then like I ignore it. If it's not gonna positively impact me, I just don't. And when I can, I try to respond as nicely as possible. I've never been an angry person. I've never really tried to go out of my way to start conflicts. So I always try to be as inclusive from the beginning on. And when I do say something, I try to resolve it. What?
I'm half Cuban, so
yeah.
Right. Half Polish, half Cuban. Yeah, you know, sometimes the Latin in me comes out, and the chancleta comes from the other room, and that just is what it is, man.
Yeah, Liz has a good point. I'm kind of zen. Like I'm just a positive person. I've been like this. I thought something wrong with me because I'm just always so positive. Like my entire life, where I'm surrounded by people that are screaming and kicking and yelling and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm like, what is wrong with these people?
I too was zen once, and then this industry, I got so jaded. I used to get angry at companies. Now I find that I'm getting angry at users, and I'm doing a better job of like reeling that in and controlling that anger more. But there's a bit of toxic masculinity that fits in there too, right? I mean, just let's call it what it is, right? And I'm trying. I'm doing better, and I know that our audience sees because people have actually said, Grant, you don't get as angry as you used to. I'm like, yeah, if anything, I'm actually toning down my emotions for YouTube. People think I'm turning them up, but I'm actually turning them down. My passion sometimes comes out as anger because I feel like somebody is ruining this community for others, right? If you were brand new to this and you saw people spouting hate speech and being rude to people asking simple questions, man, you would run so far away. And so I'll get mad at that because those people are actively creating the atmosphere that we are dealing with, where the only news stories about 3D printing that end up coming out are ones involving firearms. And that's not what we need. We need less of that. And we need more of the cool stories, like how tomorrow morning I will, if it's not already in my inbox, I should have the latest file for a young girl that we are building prosthetics for as she grows, so that she can walk more comfortably. That's the kind of stuff we need to be showing, not, you know, this guy did this stupid thing. But if it bleeds, it leads. And as much as I hate it, it does work. I just don't like that a new person can walk into a Facebook group and walk into a wall of toxicity. And did they not do their research? Yeah, they didn't. But they might not have known what to search for. And I mean, all of us remember what that's like. I have a problem, but I don't know how to describe it, because if I knew how to describe it, I could probably solve it myself. But not knowing how to describe it gets me into this weird catch-22 of I need help, but I don't know how to get that help because I don't know what to ask for, because I don't know what the problem is. But
But then you ask that dumb question because it appears to be a dumb question, and then people are like, why did you ask that? I've been on Facebook groups where I've asked like legitimate questions and I've got responses that are like, why did you ask that? It's so weird to me that you would respond like that.
Yeah, there's some people talking about firearms. We put out a poll in a recent stream to see if the 3D printing general should come on a podcast, and overwhelmingly it was yes. So I am working on that with him. We are going to have an honest talk about the 2A community and 3D printing, so that'll be a fun one. But
yeah, you should.
Yeah, because I'm going to talk about it from the physics standpoint, and he's going to talk about it from the legal standpoint, and I think we're going to have a really cool talk that might cause some people to unsubscribe, but I think it's going to cause a lot of other people to really value what this industry is capable of, because it is.
I just think it's neat.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Honeymaker also had a lot of talk about this type of thing. So I see, very interesting topic. Very interesting topic.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't the 3D printing general have his own color with you guys?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
He has.
Like I'm pretty certain Polymaker has had a stance on this, which is we don't care. We're cool with it. Just, you know, mind your local laws as Dab. I don't know how to say their name.
And that's why on our Discord we don't have a firearm channel, because it's an international Discord.
Yep.
So that's the reason.
We have one, but it's, you know, it's marked not safe for work. You must choose that you're going to go in there and understand that you must abide by your local laws. I'm not the police, but you know, don't be stupid.
Yeah. So I would like to finish by maybe one specific advice from each of you on what we could do to make the community better as we go forward, that people can take home with them and maybe cherish. So maybe, how about we start with you, Zombie? Is there anything, one particular point you would like people to really take out of these 4 hours of talk?
So when you type something on the computer, there is a human reading it. This is the whole. I've worked in customer service, in retail, fast food, etc. There's a huge difference between like sending an email and then coming in person, and then you ask the person, did you send that email? And they're like, oh, yeah, I did. So just realize that you're talking to a person that's very much like you. So the golden rule, treat others like you want to be treated. And maybe you weren't brought up in a household that treats people with respect. I think a lot of this frustration and these types of people, they get this idea as they grow up. So they get the idea that you have to face people with harsh harassment and bullying. It's a problem. So you have to somewhat approach the situation a little more cautiously and try to find like a middle ground. I'm part of different friend groups that would not remotely interact with each other, and just trying to find the middle ground between what you like, what your friends like, and then maybe just ignoring the stuff that would be obviously conflicts. But yeah, just remember, people are human, and not everyone grew up in the same exact location as you. Location is huge. I'm in Maine. It's very different than California, like, and Florida and the rest of the world.
Mm.
So everyone has different experiences. Everyone has different knowledge. So don't assume anything, and just treat people neutral. Just neutral. You don't have to be nice to them. You don't have to be disgusting to them. Just be a human.
Great advice. Great advice. And yeah, how about you, Grant? How would you summarize your video and maybe a point that you would like people to take home to cherish?
Summarizing the video, it's that we have a problem and we got to get ahead of it before it gets ahead of us, right? That's the basis of that. If I wanted to leave people with advice, I don't think I can do it very well. I think Michael Jackson actually did it the best. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways, and no message could have been any clearer. If they want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. I think that is absolutely, we got to start looking at ourselves and judge ourselves and change based on the judgments that we see before we can expect that out of anybody else. Start with the person in the mirror, because if you don't do that, you're not going to see the damage that you could be unintentionally causing. So whether you like Michael Jackson or not, that is one of, if you read the lyrics of that song, it is one of the greatest bits of self-advice you could ever have. Start, if you want to make a change, start with yourself. Because if you go out there saying you should do this, you should do that, you're shooting yourself. It's a thing, but you're pushing your beliefs on others. And if you're not able to step back and look at their perspective, then you're not ready to start judging others. You got to first judge yourself before you can judge others. Did we? Okay. Bye, Nick.
Did he just leave?
I think his internet dropped. So it's just you and me now, zombie. It's our show.
We are our show. All right. Who wants to win a spool of
I am Polymaker now.
I am the Polymaker now.
Yeah, Nick lost internet.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it resonated with people. That song, I literally referenced that song to basically every person that was rude in the comments of that video, saying you should just listen to it. Just
Wait, is it gone? What the heck?
I don't know.
Oh, it's just me.
Oh, there he is. He's back. Jeez, thought you didn't like Michael Jackson and just decided to leave us.
He moonwalked right out of here.
Yeah, I think my wife connected to the VPN and I shut down the VPN on my computer, so everything's shut down. So no, I love Michael Jackson, and I really like you both to advise because that's complementary. Zombie, be mindful of other people, and Grant, be mindful of yourself as well. So I think that's really complementary. So yeah, thank you so much both for this. I think it's a very important video. Thank you, Grant, for making that video. I think
it's awesome today. Lots of awesome.
And talking about awesome, we'll do our final giveaway. Everything was shut down, so you might need to go back and write this down. But
yeah,
be mindful of yourself. Be awesome. Be awesome.
And thank you, Grant, for hopping in. I just messaged him. I was like, hey, by the way, we're doing this thing tonight, like 5 minutes before the stream.
I'm like, all right, I'm down. Whatever.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, I will say, if you guys like this kind of stuff and you want to have more conversations like this, this is exactly how I talk all the time. This is not scripted. Literally, like,
this is very much
like Zombie said, I had no knowledge this was even happening until, let me see when you first messaged me, because this will be hilarious when people see how little time I had to prepare for this. 7:44 p.m. and the stream started at 9. So I had less than an hour and a half. But that's okay, right? You know, if you guys want to see this kind of thing, come on over to my channel, youtube.com/3D Musketeers. Like, subscribe, all those things you're supposed to do. Greatly appreciate it.
Awesome. And we're gonna draw and finish with our last winner, who is Michael. Talking about Michael.
Dude.
Michael Winnington, congratulations. I'm pretty sure you're here because I literally just opened the giveaway. Please, except if you type "I'm awesome" and run to bed directly, which apparently you may have.
Yeah.
It's 1:15.
Oh, they're here. They're here.
I go to bed.
Okay, you're here. Congratulations, Michael. I don't think that's the first time, so I think you know how to reach out to me. Come to our Discord and reach out to me. Thank you so much again, Grant.
Totally.
Join. So it's 3D Musketeer.
3D Musketeers.
Yeah, just click on the pin on the pin post. And yeah, it was really a pleasure to talk to you about that topic. I think is an important one. Actually, just the stream last week, I think we were saying we should talk a little bit more about community. And just at that time,
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. It was like
perfect. It was just perfect.
Maybe my ears were ringing, right? I will tell you, I was struggling with what to film for this week. And because like there's just
picked a
times where
topic.
I'm like, I'm burned out. I'm like, what should we film? My brother's like, you should talk about the toxicity. I'm like, oh God, you're right, I should. And I literally just turned on the camera and started talking. None of my videos are scripted. For those that don't know, I don't have a script. I just talk. And that's why they're 59 minutes and we edit them down to 24. But you know, it means that it's raw, it's real, and we do our best to maintain anonymity of those that need it, right? There's anonymity throughout that entire video. We don't point out anybody specific, and I made sure that we didn't do that because I wanted people to feel comfortable.
Great. No, that was well done. I think it's not an easy topic to talk about, to bring people with you and not having it against you. So and I'm very happy that the overall comments were very positive. So let's continue driving this effort towards the right direction. And yeah, that was amazing. I think we'll send people that wants to continue seeing awesome things to Barnacules. For people that don't know, he also likes to talk a lot about different topics.
He talks.
Yeah, he talks a lot. Very, very knowledgeable guys when it comes to tech. He also have a 3D printer, by the way, a multiple one Ultimakers. And yeah, he's a little bit similar to what we did today. He really liked to go into details and social details, technical details. So very complete stream. Yeah, thanks again, Grant. And will you go to Rocky Murph, by the way?
I have booked a hotel. I got to book a plane ticket still.
Oh, you are.
Yeah,
to meet you.
The goal is to go. It is going to be very expensive, but the goal is to go.
Okay. Got it.
That's okay.
Awesome.
You know, that's the thing with all this, right? It is expensive to travel. East Coast Rep Festival is absolutely happening. I will find a way to pay for that. But I don't think I'm bringing scanners this year unless someone pays me to bring them. So I was paid to bring my scanner up to the Earth area because I scanned the Philadelphia Flyers right before Earth. So I had the scanner with me. Otherwise, I would not have been bringing it because I don't want to carry around a briefcase that's got a $20,000 item in it if I don't have to.
Yeah. Of course. Okay. Great. So,
thank you again for having me on, Nick, and Zombie. Thank you guys both.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you guys for watching the video and enjoying it and having that live commentary. It's incredibly valuable that more people talk about it. So thank you all for the opportunity, and thank you for enjoying it as well.
Always keep making awesome.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Thank you, everyone. See you. Bye-bye, everyone.